able to interact and be present as possible through that way. So I want to be sure I'm able to interact and be present as possible through that way. So I want to be sure I'm able to interact and be present as possible through that way. So I want to be sure I'm able to interact and be present as possible through that way. So I want to be sure I'm able to interact and be present as possible. Hello, can you guys hear me? Is that better? I know. I just realized that. Yeah, I'm just trying to. I was just like, how do I? No, it's still happening. Okay, I think I got it now. I'm pretty sure I got it now. I think that it's because I'm trying watch now. No. There we go. I'm sorry. I'm just making sure. I'm scared. I'm like, it's going to start happening again. I'm making sure I can watch the Twitch stream, but also it's not looping into the feedback. There we go. I think, yeah, this is okay. Gotcha. Oh, there we go. I was looking for the stream chat. That's what I need to see. Man, I have 3 monitors. I might have to get 4. I never considered myself a person that would need that. Hold on. I want to make sure I put my speaker back on output because otherwise I'm not going to be able to hear. Okay. Perfect. There we go. Keep tapping the screen. Welcome to the People's Receipts. Man, do I have so many things to go through today. It is going to be wild. Let me just make sure I open the YouTube stream really quick. I'm going to try to be more present. There we go. And this is on a separate, I'm realizing maybe I should keep these all on separate computers because it's easier that way. It won't interfere with the sound. Here we go. Okay. Yep. I'm going to watch on YouTube. Hi, Miller. Okay. Yeah. I can see the chat now. It's hard to see the chats take up. There's such. I wish I could just see the chats. Like it's a long story. I'll explain it to you guys some other time. But I like to push the stream like through an iPad to multiple feet because I just think it looks better and works better than if I did it on desktop. It's a worse look. You know how TikTok desktop looks? It's not, I don't like the way lives look on TikTok desktop. It's awful. So if I push the stream through an iPad, just a vertical iPad, it's much cleaner, I think. But then it makes it much different because I'm not on desktop and I don't see the chat stream all in one. So yeah. Anyways, but I digress. Oh my God. I used to be way into members only jackets. This isn't actually a members only jacket. I think it's like a Levi's jacket. But yeah, I used to have like a collection of like old school members only jackets that were quite amazing. Give me 1 second. Just make sure I can see everything. We can get started. Man, do I have a lot of things to talk about today. So let me get the We'll probably skip around a lot today. I mean, as you guys know, there's been a lot going on this week. So we have quite a bit of things to cover. I just want to say, as far as I know, and if I'm wrong, just obviously, I know you guys will correct me in the chat. So that's great. If I'm wrong and something has changed, let me know. But as of the last time I checked, TikTok is still not in the App Store. So I'm assuming that means subscriptions are dead and no one can subscribe still at this point, which sucks. But I guess that's the point we're at. So keep tapping the screen. I'm going to show you quickly before I actually start. I love Rachel. Just seeing her makes me feel sane. I'm going to show you. If you are watching from If you are watching from, well, from anywhere, actually, this is linked to my PayPal, which we always talked about. I know people that watch from the UK and Finland and things were like, hey, we don't have Cash App and Venmo. This link, it's just streamlabs.com. A girl has no name /tip. You can just screenshot this. It's actually really cool. It just goes to PayPal and you can kind of do cool things and write messages, and it will show up in the stream to X and YouTube and Twitch. Right? It's pretty cool. I like it. So I think Denise used it to donate once when we were after TikTok was shut off and I was up all night like working, learning Streamlabs software. So this is just another way. But again, this is Cash App and Venmo, and that probably works best. But like I said, I don't think TikTok subscriptions are an option. So basically, we're all working for free. Have you noticed the lives are getting shut down? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. We shall see, because I'm about to that's an interesting thing to hear, because when you talk about Trump, I don't know. We're about to find out, because man, am I about to drag him into next year. This is my link tree. This is in my Twitch bio. It's in my YouTube bio. It is in my TikTok bios. It's everywhere. If you need to link to anything, me on Blue Sky or my Amazon wish list or the Streamlabs link I just showed you, all of this stuff is in my link tree. So you don't have to save screenshots or remember things. I just want to show you this should be linked to every single social media platform, and all of the links are available here. Okay, what did I want to... oh man, do we have so many things to talk about? Uh-oh, I need to lock that. Sorry. Give me 1 second to move that so I don't block the chat. Trying my best to give you guys the most room to chat possible. Just want to make sure my head isn't out of view. Okay, perfect. It's a little bit. Maybe I should put it a little lower. There we go. And now I'm going to lock that so it can never move again. Now, let's get started. I basically just want to try to cover. I could be live for 12 hours covering the news. I'll just tease tomorrow. I have been watching this morning Russell Vogt, who is one of the scariest people in the let me just say, in my opinion, he's the scariest man in Trump's cabinet. He's the director of, his confirmation hearing was going on this morning. It's probably still going on. He's being confirmed or nominated for the director of the Office of Management and Budget. Is Streamlabs where I can find all the socials? No, that's my link tree. So just go to, it's just in my TikTok profile. The link is to my link tree, or just any social media profile. There's a link to my link tree. That had nothing to do with Streamlabs, but the Streamlabs link is in my link tree. Yeah. Sorry if that was unclear. I know I talk a little fast and I skip around a lot. So I'll try to just ask. If I'm confusing anyone, just ask. Miss Julie, are you on Twitch? That's so cool. We wait to hell. Aren't we though? Like, just laugh. I don't know what even to say. Like, it's like, is that hyperbole or is that just? Thank you for subscribing on Twitch, CanMom09. Awesome. Like, and thank you to Hawk_81 for subscribing to Substack. Awesome. I'm going to start writing on Substack, so definitely subscribe. Yeah, and it's a fast ride, right? The road to hell is paved with good intentions, man, or out of control. Let's get this party started, though. Let me pull up my eval so I can make sure when things happen. I notice I have like 5 screens, so if I look like I'm not paying attention or looking around, that is not what is happening. I assure you, I literally have 25 windows up. And I'm just making sure. Haley, thanks for subscribing on YouTube. Jaw has subscribed on YouTube. Yeah, thank you guys so much. It's just know, like, I have a circle of screens around me, so that's what I'm looking at. It's not my ADHD. Actually, this is perfect for ADD. Finally, everything is making sense. So, I thought we'd start out because this is what I feel like is most important. Let's tap the screen. Let's see if we can get to 600K today. I know engagement has been low on TikTok. I have heard a lot of people are getting banned. I don't know what's going on. In my opinion, since they shut down TikTok, it kind of has never been the same. Uh, so that's my opinion, but I don't know. Like, that's why I'm trying to work so hard, like with Streamlabs, with YouTube, with Twitch, to make sure we have another place to go. Because I think this is pretty much the beginning of the end of this app. And we just need to get ready to move on. Yeah, I agree. I think there is some mass reporting. I read the J6 report, yeah. So Wendell, we'll get to the J6 stuff, but there is a report anyone could read. There were no FBI members at J6. There were FBI informants who were told not to go into the building. There were like 6 that did not listen and did whatever the F they felt like. But yeah, all of that is a lie. And there's a report that we went over on the people's receipts that anybody can read. And know that Trump is a liar. I mean, everything Trump says is pretty much a lie. Like, literally, if Trump he's just a pathological liar rambling on. But I thought we'd start out because I think Rachel Maddow did an amazing job of just saying, this is what Joe Biden is handing off to Trump. And thanks Joe Biden, but it's also sickening. Like, this is literally one of the strongest economies we have ever had, and it's being handed off to a billionaire kleptocracy to essentially raid.
I mean, the good news for the country writ large is that President Joe Biden's term in office is ending with the job market being the best it has ever been in the history of this country. Job numbers are huge. Wages are rising. The economy is growing as fast as it was before COVID. The murder rate is the lowest it's been in decades. Stock markets are not only at record highs, they just had their best 2 years in a generation. Made in America manufacturing is up. Drug overdoses are down. Millions of people got their student loans forgiven. Anybody with Medicare is paying a maximum of $35 for their insulin. Every lead pipe carrying drinking water in the whole country is on schedule to be removed. The Biden infrastructure bill is still kicking in, set to deliver not just big infrastructure improvements, which themselves are good for the economy and good for people's lives, but also continue to create tons of good paying jobs all over the country for years. More Americans have health insurance than ever before. Even the budget deficit is better than when Trump left. To top it all, Biden has even left Trump a ceasefire deal between Hamas and Israel. Right? If that's what Joe Biden is leaving Donald Trump.
Isn't that sickening? I mean, it's great. Like, thank you, Joe Biden. In 4 years, too. In 4 years, essentially turned our economy around, lowered the deficit, did all of these things. And in one day on Monday, Trump basically did the best he could to undo it all. I mean, that's the reality of where we are at this point in America. And it's hard. It's very hard to stomach. I do agree. But I did want to give us a chance to give Joe Biden credit for all the amazing things that he did. Keep tapping the screen. I saw Steph say, I'm late to class. Thank you. You're on. It's okay, Steph. You get a pass this time. But next time, be on time to class.
Think about what Trump left Biden. Trump left Biden the depths of the worst pandemic in a century, the worst financial crisis since the Great Recession, and the most violent attack on our democracy since the Civil War. That's what Trump left Biden. Biden was able to turn that around and hand Donald Trump essentially a nest full of golden eggs, right? If you wanted to set up a presidency for success, what Joe Biden is leaving Donald Trump, this is what you would leave somebody, right? This is it. But that's where we are tonight, knowing that this new presidency will, despite itself, benefit from the unbelievably good circumstances they have been given to start, thanks to the presidency of Joe Biden. But also knowing that they have something very different in mind for our country.
Well said, Rachel. As always, I mean, when is Rachel not completely spot on with what is going on? I'm going to kind of like this is a lot of stream of consciousness, but I do just want to highlight like some people that I think are hitting the points. This is Senator Brian Schatz, which I've been seeing him a lot with Chris Murphy, and I just want to give credit where credit is due. I don't think it's good enough yet, but I have seen the Senate Democrats organize and pump out an insane amount of media clips, like Chuck Schumer, like people that never were produced. They've all become like daily influencers, and it's working. I appreciate it. Like, that's how we have to combat misinformation. For every MAGA influencer telling lies, like, what we need is a social media campaign putting out the truth, right? And I will just say, I don't even think I ever saw the Senate Democrats attempting to be on social media. And I've seen that completely change. And I'm so appreciating. It's like, oh, you guys have voices. Oh, you guys have personalities. I had no idea any of them had personalities. Like, I'm truly enjoying this. Like, we hate a lot of people in the House, but you know who they are, right? They have very distinct personalities and they share who they are with the public. I feel like the Senate were like these 50 people who are sort of, or I mean, 100 people who are sort of like very foreign to us. And this is the first time I've ever felt like, oh, I'm getting familiar with who the Senate Democrats are. I love Chris Murphy. But yeah, and listen to him. This is, again, Senator Brian Schatz. Love this.
I guess it wasn't about the price of eggs after all. You know, anyone who's been involved in planning a wedding.
Yes, it wasn't. Guess it was not about the price of eggs after all. Guess it was not about creating jobs for MAGA. Guess it was about none of that, right? Guess it was just about Trump finally getting the respect he always wanted from very rich people, not giving an F about anyone else. I know. I guess it wasn't about no new wars. I guess it literally was about nothing we had to listen to Trump rambling on about.
Understands that seating arrangements are important. They are significant. They are embedded with meaning. And where you put people on the inaugural stage is a strict definition of where you think they rank. And so it wasn't a trivial thing that the wealthiest people to ever walk this planet, who control our communications platforms, were seated in front of the cabinet itself, which, by the way, has a few billionaires and 100 millionaires, but not as wealthy as the people in front, with proximity to power. And that's the point we have to underscore today, which is it was never about reducing the price you pay at the pump. It was never about reducing the price you pay for your mortgage or your rent or your insurance or your grocery bills. It was always about cutting Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, Social Security, public education, in order to pay for the largest tax cut in human history. That's what this is. They are ripping you off.
Well said. I mean, could not have said it better myself, even though I've been screaming that for months. I mean, this is, truly probably, I mean, except for like the formation of Russia's oligarchy, like this has got to be one of the biggest grifts we are bearing witness to in history. Truly. This has to be the biggest grift of all time. Like, there's not enough episodes of Dateline NBC to even. Where can I find this video? Okay, so every single clip I play is in the outline that I make every day. If you would like access to that outline, just join our Discord. It's in the live sources section for the people's receipts. Sorry, that's probably a good idea. Let me add my backup account. I have a lot on I knew I was feeling like I forgot something. Keep tapping the screen, share the live. And by the way, since there's no subscriptions, like pretty much I have no way of supporting myself. So if you would like to support me, please do that through Cash App or the Streamlabs slash a girl has no name slash tip link that goes through PayPal that's in my link tree. That is probably the best way to support me at this time, since I do not think, I mean, until TikTok is back in the App Store, nobody can subscribe to anyone. I learned suddenly yesterday. Hold on, I'm going to add my account so that you can ask for a Discord link through. Oh yeah, in my link tree right now there is that you can join the Discord. I just remember that when TikTok shut down. Also, I put a forever link in my link tree because I didn't think we'd be able to do this. So also just go to my link tree through Twitch, through YouTube, no matter what stream you're watching on, and there is a link to join the Discord through there. I just remember that, so we can do that. I'll also add this account to the live though. Oh, just mute it. It's there. And normally, like, I'll probably take that link down soon just because I had a lot of MAGA. Oops, hold on. Mute. MAGA, like people joining my Discord. So we need to be careful that people just watch in the Discord. And if there's someone in there who's not being friendly or creating a safe space, they will be removed, because the Discord is a safe space for like-minded people, just to be clear. So if you are looking to terrorize anyone or dissent, that is not the place for you. You will just be banned. Oh my God. I had to just show this clip because I can't. We still have Mike Lindell. Oh my good Lord. Like, Mike Lindell, I don't know if anyone saw this, but Mike Lindell was wandering the streets, basically, of DC, basically saying, like, he's got the inside track, and it's not just like, oh, they're not just trying to steal presidential elections. That would have been too obvious, so they just let Trump win. But in reality, yes, this is the pillow guy. I should just say that. Like, I shouldn't even say his name. This is Mike the pillow enthusiast. He's now selling cross necklaces because you can only sell so many pillows. So Mike is diversifying. I just want anyone to know that if you're looking for other products that he sells, I get all of his emails of his weird products, and he's moved on to stainless steel crosses that look awful. So you too can have one. But Mike Lindell is wandering the streets of DC, basically saying that he knows that we, just because we let Trump win the election doesn't mean we didn't steal us elections. I don't know.
And there was so many down tickets that were taken. There was 4 senators stole, about 9 congressmen.
Stole? There were 4 senators stole? I'm sorry. I used to be a second grade teacher. I had to teach grammar. Were 4 senators stole?
There was so many down tickets that were taken. There was 4 senators stole, about 9 congressmen, judges across the country. You know, everyone says, look over here because he was too big to rig. Look over here, and what's going on? Donald Trump won. But we will not forget about all the other tickets down there. And I told them that. And then I thanked them.
Yeah, okay. I don't want to speak for everyone here, but if we were going to rig an election, I think it would be to prevent Trump. Like, do you know what I'm saying? I actually believe in direct democracy. Like, if people should elect whoever they want to elect locally, and that's why we need to be involved in local politics, because it matters that much. Local politics to me matters more even, like, well, it used to. Trump is doing something very disturbing right now, but like we're fixing local elections, but we're letting this guy dismantle Bravos. Make it make sense, Mike. If we had the power to fix elections, why wouldn't we stop Trump? It never makes sense when these people talk. Never. Oh, and I want to get into the TikTok ban stuff because obviously it's something on our minds, or should I say the TikTok grift at this point? Because, I mean, I don't think it's emerged as a Trump grift. I think it was pretty clear. Whenever Trump gets involved in something, he wants a cut of something, right? Like this is about where's my money? Trump, always see Trump. Don't listen to the lies he says. Just know he's your basic run of the mill Queens mob boss. Everything is about leverage and taking his piece of the pie. So in anything Trump is doing, just you have to reverse engineer and be like, what is his end goal? Like, what is his piece of the pie he is trying to get? Then think, what is his plan to get it? I mean, that is literally how Trump, that he is always just trying to get a piece of some pie. I found this. Trump continues to get pushback. So I also think this is funny because Republicans are like almost in disbelief, but they're also too chicken to say anything, right? They're all like, wait a minute, I thought we were going to do something. I'm not sure what the legal authority is. This is Senator Kevin Cramer, who annoys the absolute S out of me. I'm not sure what the legal authority is for a president to issue an executive order to nullify a law that was just passed and upheld by the Supreme Court. Yeah, none of us are sure. I'm concerned about the appropriate approach to separation of powers. I love watching the Republicans wake up to the fact that Trump is in control of the legislative branch. And you know why? Because you guys gave him control. You guys will not push back on him. Your job is advise and consent in the Senate. Then do it. Then push back and take back your power. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like these people are fascinating to watch. How do you add me on? Okay, so two things. On Discord, if you want to friend me or, like I'm a girl has no name, just like this account I'm on right now. But if you want to join the Discord where all of these links are, then I would say go to my link tree in any of my social media platforms and there's a link to join the Discord. That's probably the fastest way. Or that account down there, that is my Feliz Navidad live account. That's my business account on TikTok. Just click it and send a message to that account and just say, hey, I would like a link to join the Discord, and I'll go through them after this live and get you one. So whatever you prefer. But again, in my link tree right now, probably for a limited time only, there is a link to just click through and join my Discord. But again, watching the Republicans in the legislative branch be like, wait a minute, I thought we had some power. No, you don't. Did you hear about this too? I don't want to be rude, but like I have played so many clips of Glenn Grothman on the People's Receipts. This man is a Christian nationalist to the nth degree. He's in the House. And like a 19-year-old who's a right about the TikTok ban apparently set fire to the district office of Republican Glenn Grothman in Wisconsin. Now, I don't want to say it's karma, but if you heard, like this man will get on the House floor. I should have found a clip to show an example of why I think this might be karma. Like this man will get on the House floor and be like, do we need to give starving women who just had a baby, SNAP money? Do they need it? Or are, like that? He's that guy. That's who Glenn Grothman is. I love this. Yeah. And someone gave me this analogy in the Discord. That was the first time I heard it. And then I saw it was being used widely on X. And I love this analogy about the TikTok ban. Trump got busy with his TikTok scam, which that's what it is. Stop calling it the TikTok ban. This is a TikTok scam. That's what it is. Where he played arsonist, taking advantage of his own fire. Like that, it's like setting a fire and running in and putting it out and being like, did you guys see me put out that giant fire that I set? Yeah, it's absolutely absurd. And I will this is Ron Filipkowski's reporting, which is in the article section of the Discord. I always put his daily updates. Like I follow him on Substack. I love his reporting on this stuff. So that's where these little excerpts come from. I've said that before, but I need to keep reminding people. And so whenever we're going through these are at the top in the article section. And it's true. Like I predicted in this column last week that TikTok would shut down their app on Saturday, get users panicked while blaming the Biden administration, despite the fact that Biden already said he would not enforce the ban. And don't forget what I showed you guys. Last week, the Senate Democrats, Senator Markey, Trump did a 75-day extension. Senator Markey tried to do a 270-day extension of TikTok and basically said, hey, small business owners, creators, these people need time to make a plan to find alternate revenue streams, to figure out what they're going to do now. And Senate Republicans killed it. So anybody saying Trump saved TikTok, yeah, Trump set the fire and then put it out. And that is like, I'm a hero. Imagine that. Oh yeah. And listen, the TikTok ban can be a distraction, but it is also a money grab, right? You have to follow the money. Last Friday, was it? We went through the unusual whales report. I suggest checking it out. It's where it's a report on congressional trades that are outperforming the stock market. So this is why we don't want to give Congress a raise, because they're all using insider trading tips, in my opinion, to make a lot of money. And Thursday and Friday, we were going over on the People's Receipts who's profiting off the TikTok ban. The co-author of the TikTok ban, prior to co-authoring that bill, had a huge position in Meta. Co-authored the bill, took a bigger position in Meta. These people are going to make untold sums of money off banning TikTok. And then we went through other shady trade. Like, it is not, I don't want to say it's just tech. I think it's a lot of tech in 2024. The unusual whales report just tracks year over year. It's December 23 to December 24, and the percentage change in stock portfolios, and then looking at suspicious trades. It's fascinating. So this can be a distraction, but no, also we're being robbed. So we're being people who are voting for the TikTok ban are profiting off of it. It's sickening. So it's a money grab. Follow the money. Pay no attention to any words coming out of anyone's mouth ever in the Republican Party, and follow the money. And then you will figure out constantly what is going on. So, which is exactly how it went down this weekend, and which was ridiculous, right? TikTok shut down their own app, posted a statement on Saturday night saying that they hope Trump will save them. This was the most orchestrated, weird, kabuki theater realness I've ever seen. It was like we were in a small, local theater play. Then at 7:03 on Sunday, Trump posts, "Save TikTok." And we'll get to that, because this has happened once before. And the minute I saw that, I was like, oh my God, he did this a week ago. Literally. And then post this stuff about, I would like the U.S. to have 50% ownership in a joint venture. The U.S. government can't do that. What Trump is talking about is a group of billionaire investors, you better believe somehow he's getting his cut, right, are going to own a percentage. China gets to keep a percentage, and they're probably going to have large sway over what happens with the U.S. version of TikTok. So bye-bye TikTok, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. It's going to go the way of X, which we all know is hot garbage. Kabuki theater, performative art. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah. So this is about the 50% ownership. The U.S. government cannot do that, just to be clear. This is about forcing them to sell 50% of the company to his cronies, where he gets a substantial cut. That's what's going on here, along with trying to fool millions of TikTok users that Trump saved their small businesses and daily social media experience. None of which is effing true. Use your brain, follow the money. And I suggest saying that to your family. I don't want to shame anyone, but people need to start thinking. Follow the money. TikTok then sent this message, which, oh my God, how sick was that? Thank you for your patience and support. As a result of President Trump's efforts, TikTok is back in the US. Trump saved us all. Gross. And then Charlie Kirk, who I was rumored to, he lives in Phoenix, not even far from me. Well, in a significantly nicer area, but again, not that far from me. And it was rumored he's going to run for governor. I don't even think I put this in the outline, but I'm just going to say it. It's even worse than Charlie Kirk. Guess who is filing paperwork to run for Arizona governor against Katie Hobbs? Or not filing, did file. Freedom Caucus member Andy Biggs, the worst of the worst. No, if you don't know who Andy Biggs is, it's bad. It's very bad. And Arizona would be crazy to plunge it. The MAGA already controls most of the state. We just have the governor. We have we have the governorship. We have 2 Democratic senators, the AG, the Secretary of State, Adrian Fontes. We have those big positions, but the legislative branch is controlled by MAGA. So we're kind of deadlocked in our government. So it'd be crazy. Andy Biggs is the guy behind those women's health centers that they want to replace Planned Parenthood with, where you have to push religious ideology and things of that nature. Oh, hell, here comes the pioneer AB ban we had. But anyways, yeah. So then Charlie Kirk is Gen Z. Trump saved TikTok. Remember that. No one's going to remember that. Trump gets in bed with the Chinese owners and suddenly TikTok isn't CCP compromised. Do you remember that when this was about saving data? So just remember, if at any time they cared about privacy or saving our data from being compromised, we would just pass data privacy laws in this country. But the tech oligarchs surrounding Trump that were standing next to him while he's being inaugurated and sitting front row, they don't want data privacy laws. They want to be able to package our data and sell it, our metadata, and sell it to the highest bidder. So again, this is not about protecting us. All of a sudden, Trump is Xi's a nice guy. I love him. I think we should work with China. That's all he's saying now. So we were gaslit for 2 years. I mean, if you believed it, I didn't. Because again, if you cared about saving our data, we would just have data privacy laws. And this is Charlie Kirk again. Okay, wait, I want to make sure. This is 2020. I just want to remind you who the Republicans used to be. Breaking. President real Donald Trump just announced on Air Force One that he will be banning the evil CCP compromised app TikTok. America can't continue to allow our citizens to be surveilled by Xi Jinping and his terroristic cronies. This is the Republicans who are now trying to blame all this on the Democrats. Too bad receipts last forever. I remember all of, and so does my photographic memory. Well, at least until I get older. TikTok is officially banned for all users in America. Biden had a chance to keep it alive, but he wanted this to happen to overshadow Trump's inauguration. So Charlie Kirk went from in 2020 saying this crazy stuff to it's all Biden's fault, even though we know the Senate Democrats tried to give TikTok an extension, which the Senate Republicans killed, namely led by Tom Cotton. President Trump could bring it back online and then broker a historic deal. Let's see what Trump does Monday. I wish that this wasn't working on X, but as someone who's always lurking around on X, there were a lot of people that believe this line of logic that Trump saved TikTok. And this is what I want to. So again, he posts this save TikTok. We know Sunday morning. Wait, I want to show. Yeah. Bigger. So I just want to remind you guys what I was talking about. When I saw this on Sunday morning, I was like, oh my God, he did this a week ago. Do you guys remember I showed this to you the last time he posted something like this and then and then someone, we still don't know who because of confidentiality and NDAs. We don't know who did it, but we know he posted something like this a week ago. Then millions of dollars changed hands and all of someone's problems went away, right? Remember this? Save Rudy 1 week ago when I was like, Rudy didn't show up to court. Does any remember this 1 week ago when I was like, Rudy is 2 hours late to court and he's posting pictures of his dog at Mar-a-Lago? He posted Save Rudy, then all of a sudden, obviously the hundreds of millions of dollars and all the personal stuff, and Ruby Freeman and her daughter settled, but none of us can know the details of what happened, and a bunch of money changed hands, and Rudy gets to keep all his stuff and his precious watches and his apartment in New York and his condo. It's almost like Trump did a small practice run before the real thing 1 week later. Literally. You could watch last week's show when I talked about this. He did the same thing a week ago. Hey, Jer, miss you. Yeah, and these are screenshots. Just a reminder, Trump tried to ban TikTok. Charlie Kirk, who's all over X praising Trump for saving TikTok, were responsible for these bans. I love Brian Tyler Cohen for this. Because look at him on January 19th. Trump is saving TikTok. Pay attention, Gen Z. And Brian Tyler Cohen's like, this you? Posted his last post. Like, Charlie Kirk, stop. I love watching MAGA say one thing for like years. And then Trump's like, changed my mind. And then all of a sudden, they're just like, everything I believed, I no longer believe, and I'm completely pivoting in an instant. You guys stand for nothing. You're hypocritical, and it's a joke. Like, truly, what do you stand for? No matter what Trump says something, and they're all just like, oh, never mind. Now I believe this. Watching Marco Rubio try to back out of all the things he said about TikTok is a thing of beauty. He's just like, now I work for President Trump. I'm just not going to answer to anyone saying anything to me. That's the route he's taking. He's just like, don't talk to me about this stuff. I'm pretending that I never had opinions. It's like, we have all your screenshots, Lil Marco. Remember this one? This was a good one. This was in 2023. Has anybody noticed that everyone wants to go after and destroy TikTok due to China influence and national security? When I wanted to disable TikTok 3 years ago, I was met with opposition from rhinos to Democrats to everyone else. They actually went to court in an effort to stop me. Now they realize I was right and have changed their tune. Sadly, I've been right about everything. And now he has the exact opposite position of this because he stands to make a buck, in my opinion. And this is just, I love this meme that's going around. It's just all of Trump's like, I love TikTok. It's great. It's like, what about all this? What about all these feelings that you used to have? We never forget. That's why we have to keep all the receipts and film shows of the receipts so that none of it ever dies. And then, like, I find this more disturbing. Everything about Elon Musk is disturbing. I mean, I'm sure you guys saw him at the inauguration, eyes rolling back in his head, out of his mind. I mean, I don't know what was going on with him. I'm not going to speculate, but he did not look well. Keep tapping the screen. We can get to 100K. Tap, tap, tap. Tapping is clapping. Oh my, he was like, you could see the exact moment when he was just like out of his mind. He said, so again, all these billionaires that are surrounding Trump, this is the richest man in the world. They all have an angle. This is Elon Musk's. He's saying, oh, if we're going to allow TikTok in the US, then you need to unban X in China. Well, TikTok is banned in China, weirdo. They don't have TikTok. Like, that logic does not work. But Everyone wants something, right? Remember this? This was last Friday. I spoke to Xi Jinping. This was Friday. I spoke to Xi Jinping of China. The call was a very good one for both China and the USA. It's my expectation that we will solve many problems together, and starting immediately. We discussed balancing trade, fentanyl, TikTok, and many other subjects. President Xi and I will do everything possible to make the world peaceful and safe. This was him saying, we're cutting a deal. The fix is in. And then he posted this like an hour later. Oh, don't worry. The Supreme Court decision was expected and everyone must respect it. My decision on TikTok will be made in the not too distant future, but I must have time to review the situation. Stay tuned. This was all a fix. I just want to make sure we show it all. And then this part, I mean, the United States will own 50%. Oh, you mean a bunch of billionaires. It's the same thing when he says we're taking over Greenland. No, corporations will get rich off of it. We get nothing. If Trump said, hey, we're going to get 50% of TikTok and you're all getting universal health care, right? That would be a benefit to the American people. We're talking about the 0.01% oligarchs, right, getting rich off spoils. Oh my God, and this was crazy. Okay, this is yesterday. Wow, Larry Kudlow, even Ted Cruz is like, what are you saying? This is actually funny. I thought this was hilarious. Larry Kudlow, very rich man who wants his tax cuts, had some ideas about TikTok.
But Mr. Trump raised an interesting point. In his press conference last night in the Oval, while he's signing away executive orders on everything under the sun, he's saying, well, how much information or who cares about the private information of a bunch of teenagers and Gen Xers? In fact, the more information of that crowd you know, it could be the scariest thing you've ever read about. I mean, I never really quite thought of it that way. He's thinking out of the box as he ought. I mean, are we overestimating the spyness of it and underestimating the Gen Xness communications is, or is it really, in your judgment, and I rely on your judgment on these kinds of things 100%, is it your judgment that it is a spy machine and we have to do something about it?
Look, I think it's designed to be a spy machine, and it's not just
designed to be a spy. Well, then I'm sure you guys would pass data privacy laws to protect our data. Oh, no, you won't. Because you, Ted Cruz, were watching the inauguration from the overflow while the tech oligarchs surrounding Trump had front row seats. You really don't matter. Trump controls the legislative branch. Yeah, it's a spy machine. I just thought it was funny the way Larry Kudlow talks about it's like, am I underestimating the spyiness, or am I overestimating, or is Gen Z more important? So by the way, I found the propaganda and the spy machine, that's being spread by the CCP. Harry Sisson was on Piers Morgan, and he was driving Dave Rubin insane. And I was like, oh, this is what's happened. This is what Larry Kudlow's talking about. This is the TikTok propaganda.
In a second, but listen, and maybe you'll learn something. I know you're making all your money from the Chinese Communist Party via TikTok. I get that.
And Dave is making his money from the Russians. Right, we understand. Right,
dude, shut the fuck up. Piers,
yeah, look at him. Look at him, Piers. I've gotten under his skin.
No, because
Dave Rubin lost his on Harry Sisson. One. Harry 1, Dave Rubin 0, and probably an aneurysm. You're losing your mind. I suggest looking that up because it's funny. I love Harry too. I just thought it was funny because I saw these clips in succession, Larry Kudlow being the CCP is incepting Gen Z's minds possibly. And then I saw Harry Sisson being yeah, I'm making all my money from the CCP and you're making yours from Russia. And one of those things is probably true. Thank you so much, Mark, for the $10. I appreciate it so much. Aunt Julie, thank you so much. I'm so happy to have you back with the People's Receipts for us. A lot of us count on you. Love, Aunt Julie. I love you so much. Thank you. Keep tapping. We're almost to 100K. Let's get to 100K. We can do it. And I know people are asking me about different things with immigration. Trust me, we have a lot to get to. Just stay tuned. There's just so much to get to. It's a little bit scattered, but it's all together. There's a couple sections on immigration in here.
Secretary Rubio, one of the many things that President Trump said during his campaign run was that he would end the war in Ukraine on day one. That did not happen. How do you reconcile with the fact that he made a lot of promises and now it might be up to you and the team to...
I'm sorry. Did I miss it? What day are we on? Is it day 3? Is the Ukraine war over, or are North Koreans still fighting in Kursk? I just want to make sure that day 1, hour 1, it's going to be super simple. I just have to do it from the Oval Office. It's a secret. I can't tell anyone. But don't you guys worry. I'm just going to call him up, and there's certain things I can say. I can only say it if I'm president, and then I'm going to end the Ukraine war. And last time I checked, it's still going on. And I love Marco Rubio. Your job is now, little Marco, your job's now to clean up the mess of a man who respects you not at all.
keep these promises?
Yeah, like I think the promise the president made, really, if you look at it, is it's going to be the priority. It's going to be the official policy of the United States that the war in Ukraine needs to come to an end. It is a stalemate. It's a war and it's a conflict that was started by Russia, but it is now a stalemate, a protracted, bloody conflict, been incredibly destructive. I would argue for both Russia and Ukraine, but Ukraine is paying the biggest price of all, to its energy infrastructure, to the people and lives that have lost, to the millions of Ukrainians that have had to leave their countries and are living overseas. The conflict needs to end. And it's a policy of the United States that we want it to end. We want to do everything we can to help it end.
Will you notice that I don't have an answer to your actual question? Yeah, keep talking, Marco. You're going to be doing a lot of dancing. That's exactly what you're going to be doing for the next 4 years, is talking really fast while you try to make up for the fact that Trump promised a million things that he has no control over. And then, oh yeah, this is why I wanted to show you this. Sorry, I've made this outline in sections and I haven't seen this part in a while. Yeah. So, you know who did make a deal with Putin? Trump told us, he was like, I just got to make a call. Don't worry. Day one, it's all going to be over. Don't worry. You know who did? Xi Jinping did make a deal with Putin. And these are Putin's idols. Trump's idols. So, I don't think Trump has any plans to challenge these two at anything. He wants to play in their sandbox, not oppose them. He doesn't have the guts. So I'm just saying, this is who made a deal. And Ben Marcella said, Trump said he would call Putin and Zelensky and have a deal in 24 hours. Instead, Putin called Xi and they made a deal in 24 hours. Trump's talking today about who said that? CLY0007. Trump's talking about prosecuting a lot of people today. Truly. I'm more concerned about the immigration raids because I live in Phoenix. But yeah, Trump's talking about prosecuting many people. So much for states' rats. We'll get there, though. Trump launched his crypto. So this is the most important thing, and I feel like people are overlooking Trump's crypto scam. Please don't overlook one of the biggest grifts in history and the way that foreign countries are going to bribe Trump. This is how they're going to do it, through this crypto scam. And I have been reporting on this for months, all of Trump's crypto scams, and I still think people are not really grasping what is going on. Trump has set up, you know how before it was like, oh, the Saudis had to stay in the Trump hotels, but that was traceable through financial transactions. So we could track the amount of money that Trump was being bribed. Trump has now figured out to use decentralized banking to essentially be bribed by foreign governments. Like, this is the reality. And I don't hear people like as mad as they should be. And this will be at the expense of MAGA, who don't understand volatile crypto and shit coins. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. That's one of the names for meme coins and what Trump is doing. So he launched his crypto scam this weekend before taking office, both designed to enrich himself, family members, and cronies. Here, let me show you. CNN. Oh, wait, let me read the bottom. That's the most important part. CNN reported that Trump's 80% stake, that's crazy. That's volatile and crazy, is now worth $25 billion. This is at the time of this reporting. It was worth more after that. After one day of trading, not a bad payday for having to do absolutely nothing for it. So please understand, Trump is angling to make himself one of the richest men in the world while in the office of the president. And again, from a nonpartisan account, I just want to say this is not some leftist, a nonpartisan account on X that monitors and warns the public about crypto scams. Like, I love decentralized banking. I'm a huge fan of Satoshi, the rumored, no one knows who created Bitcoin and who holds that wallet, but we all suspect it's Satoshi, and he's disappeared and he's somewhere. So I like to speak about him like he's still here and he can hear. I love decentralized banking, right? I support it, but not when it's just used as a grift, right? Not when it's used by rich billionaires to steal and to enrich themselves. So again, and warns the public about crypto scams. This is a nonpartisan account. I sign off for 24 hours and Donald Trump has dropped what might be the biggest grift in crypto meme coin history. Days before taking the presidency, he launches a coin with 80% allocated to him, unlocking over the next 3 to 12 months while he's president. 80% of the value of this, which foreign countries can invest in to bribe him, will become available to him. Are we getting it now? Is the grift becoming real in your mind? Does he want the presidency or just to scam? Buckle up, wild times are here. After Trump fans, then this account starts, this is not a leftist. It's just a crypto expert. And so Trump fans start attacking this person. He followed up with this quote, "This page is about as apolitical as it gets. But when I see the future president of the free world launching an 80% allocated meme coin, I'm going to speak on it. Use your brain and move beyond your algorithmically driven ideology for a moment." Amen. Use your mother effing brain. Then another internet scam monitor account on X that is very reputable said this: "Dropping Trump meme coin 2 days before becoming president is nasty work. The new SEC DOJ guarantees no prosecution. Trump's now in control of regulating crypto. And he has promised to deregulate it. No one could stop him. He's in control of the regulatory agencies that would try to stop him. 80% of the tokens vest to insiders during the presidency. Most people losing money will be MAGA, who aren't crypto native. Should be a crime, but crime is legal now, I guess." Here's another one. I love these. I could read these all day. Crypto experts continue to hammer Trump. From Crypto King, thoughts on Trump's token. 1, biggest scam in the history of a president. 2, focus on running a country. 3, MC Pump does not justify fraud. 4, he ruined validity of the crypto space. 5, he's no better than SBF or Do Kwon. Those are other scammers. He's firing all who can charge him. 7, an epic. See you next Tuesday. And I am a Republican. put a self-centered, grifting, scamming, lying rapist in office, and the first thing he does, profiteers billions out of crypto. Like I said, I'm a fan of decentralized banking, but when you use it for this, it's vile. It is vile. And actually, I found a clip. Give me a second. I found a really good clip on this, but I didn't find it till after I made this section of the outline. So let me move to the end of the outline really quick, and I'll show you this in succession since it's fresh in our minds. It's an awesome clip. Oh yeah, here it is.
Essentially, this is really bad.
Staying at the Trump Hotel or playing golf there, where he saw the ledger of Gulf officials buying stock in Donald Trump media, that was all checkers compared to this, Jess. Because with Donald Trump media, he has to file with the SEC a public document saying, I'm selling shares, the price would crash. Now, the following conversation, I would speculate, will or already has happened. And that is President Trump.
So I just want to explain the difference. What he's saying is, because in the stock market, it's regulated. If the owner of, like a business is about to dump all his shares, that's a sign that something's going wrong in that company. You have to report that publicly, and then people know to dump their stock, right? But there's no regulation in crypto. That's the difference. Trump found a way to completely deregulate his grifts.
With Donald Trump media, he has to file with the SEC a public document saying, I'm selling shares, the price would crash. Now, the following conversation, I would speculate, will or already has happened. And that is, President Trump, congratulations on your enormous victory. It's your good buddy, Vlad. And guess what we're thinking of doing? The Treasury here in Russia is thinking of investing $600 billion for a variety of reasons in cryptocurrency, specifically the Trump coin. And my economists, wouldn't you know it, have calculated that based on the small float of $500 million, when we pulse in 600 billion rubles or $10 billion, that's going to take the market cap of this thing easily to 50 or 60 billion dollars. And should you decide to sell 20% of your stake overnight, what do you know? And I just bring this up. You'll become one of the 5 wealthiest men in America. And you don't have to say. And nobody will know. And in unrelated news, President Trump, we would like you to cease arms shipments to Ukraine. I mean, this is just so.
What a great model for how it's going to work. This can happen with Russia. This can happen with the Saudis, right? This is the vehicle, right? It's no longer like, oh, the Saudis are all sitting in the lobby of Trump Hotel in DC. We know they must be renting like half the rooms out and bribing him. This is the new grift. This is how he can be bribed by foreign governments. And he will understand when the value is going to rise and fall, and so will the people in his circle, so they can exploit it. Whereas average MAGA people who don't know will fall victim to the rises and crashes. Grifting his own people. It's unconscionable. I'm telling you, this man does not care. Angela, thank you so much for the $25. I appreciate it so much. And Susan says, thank you for keeping us informed. Electric Girl. Thank you, Susan. You're amazing. I appreciate it so much, especially since subscriptions are going away. Keep tapping the screen. We should be at 150K. We can do it. Tapping is clapping. Everyone tap the screen. If you're on YouTube, do hearts. I'm not sure how it works on Twitter. I have to figure that. I mean, Twitter, gross. Not Twitter. Twitch. I have to figure that out.
This is bribery writ large.
They have created, it's kind of a bond.
This is what they thought Bitcoin would be used for: bribery, corruption, pornography.
That's a great point.
I'll tell you, a lot of crypto people are like horrified because they were like, great, we're finally getting our legs under us around some really important, legislation and regulation.
What if you can't get two or three Republican senators on board for a federal ban of abortion, and he just calls them and says, hey, on the down low, you're old, you're leaving. I can give you $10 million in crypto to your fund or to another account you name, and no one will ever know. No one will ever know.
Did you hear that? Are we grasping what's going on? Trump can use this capital to control and bribe whoever he wants. I'm a girl has no name on YouTube, same as TikTok. I have the YouTube stream up. I promise people are in there. They are talking right now, having a good time. We are live on YouTube. Yeah, it's just A Girl Has No Name, exactly like it is on the account I'm live on now. Same with Twitch. Yeah, I think there are a lot of people on the YouTube stream. I think people are defecting from TikTok, which I don't, I kind of support. Like, I might just move over to the Streamlabs software. I'm still practicing on it and getting better and better. But yeah, like this is the beginning of the end. It's only a 75-day extension. I just see it as like we have 75 days to plan and offload ourselves and our community somewhere else. So definitely subscribe on YouTube, follow on Twitch. We're also live on X, but gross. Like, let's not hang out there. And I have the chat disabled. No one can comment. I had people come to TikTok or come to YouTube and be like, "You're not welcome on X." That's how much they hate this live. I think that's why I keep streaming it there, just because it's like really, truly pissing them off. What is a good option that isn't compromised? I'll say this. I think our best option and our best future is far off in the distance. The stack, right? I couldn't remember this earlier when I was talking to someone. It's called like the stack, like the layers of code that a social media site is built on, right? And the stack that Blue Sky is built on, and I can't remember what it's called. It's not called A+. It's called something. And Mark Zuckerberg... Ew. I can't believe I just said that. Mark Cuban, not Mark. Thank God, not Mark Zuckerberg. No one wants to hear from him. Mark Cuban, he made a video the other day and was like, so many people, AT protocol. Thank you. AT protocol. That's what it is. Yeah. AT protocol. God, crowdsource. We have the smartest chat. I never have to remember anything ever again. It's so amazing because you guys know everything I can't think of. You guys already know. So anyways, Mark Cuban made a video and he's like, I'm getting millions of messages of people saying we need like a TikTok that someone owns that can, a TikTok competitor that someone owns that can be protected. And he basically was like, if you're a coder, if you have a software company, if you can build off of the AT protocol, then contact me and I'll fund you. So I assume he got a lot of, I'm the number one chat person. You are, AK, because you declared it. Yay, you declare it, you own it. Number one chat person. So I'm looking forward to that because I do think we need something like that. Like Blue Sky, it's rough right now, but and we call them engineering product roadmaps in the tech industry, right? And it's a long slog to build out features. That's what I'm saying. What ByteDance does is truly amazing. The way they've built TikTok and the amount of time they've built TikTok, I mean, they have fingers typing 24 hours a day around the clock. So like that's the thing about ByteDance is it is amazing the features they pump out and how they've built this out. But yeah, like exactly. Blue Sky's not that fun of a place to hang out. My ADHD needs constant stimulation, but I think that will be the future. We need someone to build something off the AT protocol like that Mark Cuban owns that can't be taken away from us because that seems to be the strategy, right? These tech oligarchs own everything and then they can control the flow of information. They don't like someone, they can turn them off. And that's disturbing. And that's why I want to, I'm encouraging everyone to follow me on Twitch, follow me on YouTube, be in those chats if you want, because then eventually I'll just use Streamlabs or OBS and it's just software and I'm going to push the stream out and that way it can't be taken away. They could shut down one site, but, we'll still have other options. And join the Discord. And I'll say this one more time, whether you're on Twitch, whether you're on YouTube, wherever you are, in my link tree, there is a link right now to join the Discord. You can just use that. There's a link to subscribe to everything. There's a link to the Streamlabs tip option, which uses PayPal. And again, this is my Cash App and Venmo. I appreciate all your support. Oh my gosh. There's a new ProPublica article that just came out that looks amazing. But let's finish this. This is my, never forget about Trump's meme coin. This is the grift of all grifts so that other countries can enrich him and he can in turn bribe other people. This is Snyder v. United States. It's not a bribe if you send it afterwards. It's a gratuity. That is what the conservative Supreme Court ruled. If you do not know what I'm talking about, look up Snyder v. United States. They can do all this legally now. The last session of the Supreme Court ruled, hey, as long as you get bribed after the fact, that's a tip. And it's probably going to be tax-free. Who knows? It's ridiculous.
Taiwan or China, you're about to invade Taiwan. We don't need to do it covertly. Just call them. Oh, Sudan, the largest humanitarian disaster globally right now. More people are dying in Sudan every day than in Ukraine or Gaza combined. What if he just calls both of them and says, it's eBay for geopolitics. Whoever buys more Trump coin gets U.S. intelligence and some of our heavy armaments and...
Or Smelania. It's called Smelania.
And nobody has to know. Nobody. I can sell it. I can buy it. Buyers and sellers totally.
I'm sorry. I just accidentally switched but that was the end of the clip. But is that not what was happening? What we've heard from governors during COVID, that's what Trump does. Remember, he only has one move, basic Queen's mob boss, right? Which is all about what? Leverage. And he says, hey, I've got PPP gear here. Is it PPP, right? Or is that the loans and it's PPE? Sorry, it's been a while since COVID. Whichever is the stuff you need, like, or the ventilators. Remember when everyone needed ventilators? PPE. Yeah, like, oh, I've got this PPE. Whoever buys the most Trump meme coin, right? Oh, we've got the COVID we've got the Pfizer vaccine, or that was Germany, but you know what I'm saying. We've got the vaccine. Whoever enriches me most, make me an offer I can't refuse. Every single thing with a narcissist is transactional. What have you done for me lately? And I was raised by one. And I know that. And I'm telling you, they will never stop unless you stop them. You have to become a monster to stop a monster, too. That's the sad part. You won't even recognize yourself when you're done stopping one of these people. But again, never forget the Trump crypto scam. And I think it's also a good way to appeal, because the crypto bros, for a long time, a lot of them tend to be MAGA, but the intelligent people, I come from a tech industry background. I used to be in San Francisco at the emergence of Bitcoin. And yeah, the people who understand Satoshi's values and decentralized banking are disgusted by what Trump is doing. Disgusted. They were about to legitimize crypto and decentralized banking, and he's made a complete sham out of it. Oh yeah, we'll get to the no new wars. That's right, AK. No new wars. You just have to donate a few million to Trump's meme coin to avoid a war. Can you imagine? Like, that's where we're headed. How much is it worth to? How much is no new wars worth to you? That's where we're now at. And I just want to. Oh yeah, I want to show you what. Oopsies. Sorry. I want to show you what Dave Portnoy said, because it's gross. I don't even know. I want to say it looks like a sponsored post, but it's obviously not. But there are certain people around Trump, like the inner circle, that are in on this stuff. Where did it go? Is it right? Oops, unbroad. Here we go. You know Dave Portnoy, right? Barstool Sports. Thank you for sharing the live. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 150K. I want to get to 600K today. We can do it. Tapping is clapping. Tap, tap, tap. Tap like your life depends upon it, TikTok. Okay. I just woke up. Check Trump coin. I'm up 200% since I bought it yesterday. Sold it. Made a quick milli. Probably going to put it on the bills tonight. I love Trump's America. Now I'm going back to sleep. This is the BS from these people. Why can't I make this larger? No. This is the BS from these people that is going to bankrupt MAGA. They see this stuff from Dave Portnoy and then they're like, can I get rich? Can I get rich on a super volatile meme coin that without insider knowledge I could lose my whole life? No, but they're making them think they can. Remember when he said this? I'm not a fan of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, which are not money. This was 2019. Trump used to hate crypto until he realized he could grift people off of it. Then he was like, oh, never mind. Whose value is highly volatile and based on thin air. Exactly the grift Trump has going now. He is describing in a 2019 post. Unregulated crypto assets can facilitate unlawful behavior, including illicit substance trade and other illegal activity. This is a confession, basically, of where we're at now in society. He's literally confessed in 20. He's like, oh, wait, is that what you can use it for? Like, I changed my mind. I'm into this now. Oh, and this, remember the term sane washing, and I'm not sure who came up with it, but some leftists on X started using the term sane washing, and I love it. Sane washing is the practice of pretending that Trump's grifts, his never-ending pathological lies, are normal. That there's a normal government being run, and we should just be like, oh, okay, like a normal inauguration just happened. It wasn't like anyone was throwing up schmutzy salutes. Like, it's like gaslighting. Sane washing is the gaslighting that, hey, this is totally normal, guys. And this is CNBC. These are supposed to be people giving like financial advice to people. Like, please stop pretending someone grifting people in a meme coin scam of where they hold 80% of the value is normal. Oh, sorry.
And Robert Frank surged over the Donald Trump's newly created cryptocurrency surged over the weekend. Robert Frank joins us this morning with more on that. Robert, good morning.
Good morning, Becky. Great to see you. Well, stock markets may be closed today, but the crypto markets are open, and the Trump family is indeed cashing in. Trump's net worth ballooning over the weekend thanks to that new token. It shot up to around $74 on Saturday, now settling down to around $50. The market cap of that meme token now at about $10 billion. Now, that is only for the 200 million tokens that are issued. There will be a total of 1 billion tokens that could be sold over the next year. So you've got only 20% currently in the market. The other 80% is currently held by Trump's company. Now, if
it's called a grift. We are listening to a person describe a grift as if people should invest in it. Like, there's no way to say that if you understand crypto, like that's a normal thing. Yeah, it's a pump and dump scam that never ends. You know what I'm saying? It's like the gift that keeps on giving. It's an unregulated, never-ending pump and dump.
They all sold at today's value. His meme wealth would be over $40 billion. Now, the Trumps have already made around $60 million in fees over the weekend just from all that trading. So separate from that, he's now worth about $7 billion.
He's making money off the fees of people trading his stupid meme coin too.
About $4.6 billion from Truth Social, that's DJT, and as well as the $2 to $2.5 billion from the Trump Organization. Now, Melania also cashing in on the crypto craze. Her meme coin, which launched yesterday, now has a market cap of over $2 billion.
Her meme coin did dilute Trump coin a little bit, but overall, you know what I mean? But not much. She's like, hey, bitch, you've made my life a living hell, so I'm getting in on the grift. Like, that's what this is. They've renegotiated their prenup, like, what, 3 or 4 times? Like, she's like, I'm cashing in. We know that it's not, not Netflix. We'll get to it. I don't want to spoil it, but Jeff Bezos is giving Melania $40 million for the rights to the life she never lived. Like the most uninteresting documentary of all time. This is not Princess Di level stuff. This is like, I used to take risque photos and then I came to America and had a baby. with Donald Trump. Is that worth $40 million? I don't think so. Oh, wait, no, she did, I think, go to like an architecture design school for like half a year. So I did forget that, in fairness. I'm pretty sure she did like spend at least a semester at some sort of architecture and design school.
Trump saying this is all part of a new and growing business sector, and Dollar Trump, that's the meme coin, is currently, quote, the hottest digital meme on earth, and this is just the beginning.
Oh, someone asked me if what I am doing is a grift. No, this is called capitalism, and I'll explain to you how. This is a free market, right? I'm teaching, I'm offering information in the free market, and then the people watching me decide what the value of this information is. This is literal free market capitalism. I assume you're a Republican. You should be cheering me on. You should be glad I'm not engaging in communism and doing this for free. But, you know, a girl's got to live a little bit. I've got to eat. I make literally next to nothing. Like, I don't make enough to support myself every month, like, if that's what you're asking. But yes, thank you for telling me you have no idea what real free market capitalism is. That's how much the markets have been perverted in America, that nobody can identify true, merit-based free market capitalism when they witness it anymore. It's a grift. Yeah, you need to read, is my suggestion, Barbs. Pick up a book and read.
Disclosures on the token's website state, quote, Trump memes are not intended to be an investment or security and is not political and has nothing to do with political campaigns or any political office or governmental agency. So, but clearly, Becky, this is the first time we've seen political power translate so quickly into crypto wealth.
Robert, there have been some in the industry, some crypto advocates who have been a little concerned about this move. They want to see more crypto regulation. They want to be brought into these arenas, but they're a little concerned by what they've seen just with the crossover from the administration and this new meme, this new.
Yeah, it was surprising to me that many of the crypto boosters.
This is the sane washing. They are talking about one of the largest crypto grifts of all time. The president of the United States in office amassing billions of dollars of wealth, setting up a way to be bribed by foreign governments that will not be regulated by regulatory bodies like the SEC and banks. This is why people who want to grift use decentralized banking. That's why. And they're like, oh, yeah, this is just a thing that's happening. Nothing weird here. Welcome to America. Meanwhile, I get accused of grifting. We are in hell. I like to follow this account, Jaguar Analytics. I do suggest it. And this was, I think, on the 19th when I took this screenshot. Assuming the Trump wallet controls... assuming the wallet, which controls 80% of supply, is indeed Donald Trump, which it's been confirmed it is. I believe I read that. His net worth is up $56 billion this weekend. At $500, Trump will become richer than Elon Musk. At $2,100, Trump will overtake Bitcoin, all without producing anything of economic value. Welcome to hell. We are here, people. And screenshot this so you can remember. You can watch the severe fluctuations in Trump coin. He says who? Math. Oh, and then I'm sure you guys saw this, which this meme coin has already been rug pulled, I believe. 2 hours after performing a very energetic sermon at the inauguration, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, which isn't he the guy, like when Trump was campaigning and they were like, Trump is speaking at a black church, and then none of the people in the audience were black. Does anyone remember that? And like Midas Touch was like taking pictures of the audience. Isn't that Pastor Lorenzo Sewell? I'm pretty sure it is. He's one of, like the physical building. The people in it were just like the random MAGA supporters, but he did the like sermon at the inauguration. And then he announced that he has a crypto grift. Literally. Did Trump inauguration sermon. It was like, the Lord wants me to also grift my flock. Praise him. I kid you not. Melania has a meme coin. Pastor Lorenzo's like, prosperity gospel. The Lord wants me to take your money. This is his post. The crypto community was kind enough to send me Lorenzo. So I have permanently locked my tokens into a liquidity pool so that I will never sell on the community, but rather just earn fees. I will just leverage you every time you trade it as our token continues to flourish. Amazing day. All glory to God. Yeah, it has rug pulled. I mean, I'm sure there's and I follow a lot of like actually intelligent crypto people who were originally there, like engineers that helped build decentralized banking, like from when I used to work in the tech industry. And like there are like there are some people who made money on Lorenzo coin, like very quickly. But yeah, it did rug pull, and probably the vast majority of Lorenzo's flock is no longer with us. Like, they've lost all their money, I'm pretty sure. We got Substack subscriber. Oh, I should say these. Thank you. Nikki followed on Twitch. Jemmy followed on Twitch. Maureen has subscribed on YouTube. Meadow followed on Twitch. Fly Eye followed on Twitch. Tammy has subscribed on YouTube. Juices followed on Twitch. Yen K subscribed on YouTube. Steph Sammy followed on Twitch. Todd T has subscribed on YouTube. And CPR Yay, sorry if I mispronounced that, followed on Twitch. Thank you guys so much. And then I have Susan, love you. Gotta love capitalism. I know. That's so funny coming from, I'm in defense of free market capitalism. Look what's become of me. Trump has perverted capitalism to a point where I'm now a defender of real free market capitalism. Like, it's when the Overton window moves, it's amazing who you become. Like, I don't even recognize myself. I just yell things now. Laura, thank you so much for the $10. She said, thank you for all you do. Casey, thank you so much for the $10 for the grift. Amen. For the grift. Just like Pastor Lorenzo, my flock, this is now a cult. Glory be to God. Maybe I should start a meme. Your lives make me so mad, but in a good way. Thanks for taking the time to bring the receipts to the tea party. Exactly. Laugh so we don't cry. These lives make me mad. Before I even start this, I'm like, oh, how am I going to get through this? I know I get sick making these. Oh, yeah. So this is good because Ron Filipkowski gave it open crypto scam monitor CRM on the pastor who gave the opening prayer yesterday at Trump's event, then promptly launched a crypto coin while promising not to cash out his percentage to leave investors holding the bag. Quote, fresh off his inauguration speech, and before his 15 minutes of fame truly died, Lorenzo Sewell promoted the token Lorenzo, which has now rug pulled. As I've been saying, the grift is real and will be never ending with these people. And rug pulled in crypto world means he pulled the rug out from under the investors who bought into the scam and took all their money. As Pastor Lorenzo said yesterday when launching the crypto, all glory be to God. Glory. Praise him. Prosperity gospel. And I went and found, which this is one of my favorite like crypto magazines, Forgive Him Satoshi, who again, Satoshi is nobody knows who holds the original Bitcoin wallet that is I mean, infinite amounts of money at this point. I don't know what it's valued at, but it's rumored to be Satoshi. He's kind of the god of crypto, the inventor of decentralized currency. No, I mean, he's either a person or an idea. I mean, he's a person, but no one knows where he is because he had to disappear. There's a great documentary actually on Max if you want to learn more about Satoshi and the origins of real decentralized banking, not these puzzle piece. Hold on. Have to prove we're not a robot. Oh, I almost missed it. Okay. So if you want, I'll find the name of somebody, because I love crowdsource, can someone look up the name of that documentary it's on Max. It's like about Satoshi and like the origins of Bitcoin. Can someone look up what it is and tell me in one of the chats? And because I don't have time. None of this stuff is FDIC backed. Crypto is not, which is why they want to create a Bitcoin crypto reserve. That's a whole other story. I can show you, I can talk to you guys about that, Griff, too. They want to use like the gold at Fort Knox. I mean, obviously not all our currency is backed by gold, but there is some, and they want to buy into Bitcoin. It's a long story. But yeah, forgive him, Satoshi. Trump pastor ripped for meme coin that crashed 93% after launch. But glory to God, Pastor Lorenzo. Glory to God. Oh my God, this is really crazy. And now we move on to some news about margarine, which we have a lot of news. This is just, you know how she got passed over? She wanted to be Kristi Noem. She wanted to be in charge of Homeland Security. Like Kristi Noem went through her confirmation hearing. Margarine thought that was going to be her. So she got passed. She's one of the people that got passed over and over and was very bitter. So then they're like, okay, Margarine, please be quiet. We'll give you a fake job so you feel important. And she's in charge of like the House Doge subcommittee. And she's acting like, like she is like the president of the coolest club that everyone wants to get in. It's super embarrassing. And so she makes this huge announcement about the members. I am pleased to announce the Republican members selected to serve on my subcommittee for the 119th Congress. These members bring a wealth of experience and dedication to ensuring a more efficient, effective, and accountable federal government. The Republican members of the Doge subcommittee are, drumroll please, not people that don't embody any of what she just said. I don't want to ruin it for you, but a bunch of weirdos. Pat Fallon. I don't know who the second person is. Brandon Gill, Boo, Brian Jack, Tim Burchett, Eric Burleson, Representative Cloud. I just figured out who he was. I am honored to lead the Oversight Subcommittee for delivering on government efficiency when not holding subcommittees about Planned Parenthood allegedly trafficking in baby parts. How we've come up, Margarine, I guess. Onwards and upwards for Margarine. And I'm proud to announce my fellow colleagues who will be working alongside me to deliver the mandate from the American people. Together we will strive to eliminate waste, fraud. You are a fraud. Are you going to eliminate yourself? In my opinion, I should say. Or will you be eliminating yourselves? Ensuring that the government operates efficiently and transparently for the American people. This is a literal effing joke. And then I just wanted to show you this pic. She literally put this picture of herself up. I just need everybody to know Margarine is in committee meetings screaming at people phobic at the mouth. Why don't you put the picture up of you screaming at people? Is this how we remember Margarine? Is this the kind of person? Oh my gosh, I don't even think I put it in the outline, but because I'm so disturbed. This is how Margarine sees herself. She put this picture up. This is not how I know you, Margarine. Hold on, I have a clip that I didn't put in the outline, but I have to. Guys, let me show you the margarine I know. This is margarine during the inauguration, by the way. She probably should have just used this clip. I don't know why she's so ashamed of it. Like, she has an airbrush picture of her looking like she's having a good time in a committee meeting. Yeah, no. This is margarine on inauguration day, making like THREATSs and just spouting off lies. I mean, so her usual state. Hold on. I don't remember what she says. I might not be able to play all this, and trigger warning, because I remember it's pretty nuts. And this is how she really usually looks, right? Like a mugshot gone wrong. Why did you use this still, Marjorie? Like, this is the Marjorie I know.
There's no unity. No, absolutely not. No, these people would line us up in front of a firing squad and kill us if they could. We know exactly who the Democrats are. Their mask is off. Joe Biden pardoned his entire family. He pardoned General Milley. He pardoned Anthony Fauci. He pardoned the J6 committee members, and he pardoned Capitol police officers that turned against everyone. And so, no,
the Capitol police officers that turned against everyone. Like, we'll get to J6, but this is her narrative. The Capitol police officer, I know she's talking there. It's like, it is all projection from these people. Excuse me, please don't describe yourself and say it's me. It makes me uncomfortable when you do that.
This is not unity. Let me spell this out really clear. Democrats, until you start writing big checks to Republicans and you start voting Republican, and Democrats here in Congress, when they vote for President Trump's agenda, then we can start talking about unity. But until then, there is no unity.
Until we grift you guys and you start being part of this grift and giving us your money, we don't want to talk to you. Like, this is a pyramid scam, and until you guys are in my downline, please don't talk to me. I would be terrorizing you. This is a mid-level marketing scam, and Marjorie needs several more of us in her downline. I think we do have to pay them. I think that's what she just screamed at us. Yeah, start writing checks. We're basically going to be terrorized until we start cutting checks. Now, picture in your mind that picture she posted of herself on the subcommittee, and this is her on Monday. Like, Marjorie, please don't put weird pictures up of your
There's President Trump's agenda, the MAGA agenda, and we have to get to work and deliver the mandate that the American people voted for.
Oh, good Lord. It's so, this is real life. Meanwhile, Marjorie's like, oh, this is a picture of me, happy and footloose and fancy free. I don't know, what is going on. She's very upset all the time. I really wish she would calm down, because it's kind of scary. Sorry, just pulling back and getting back to that picture of Margarine that does not correctly describe what she looks like in any. Oh my gosh, this presentation's about to get so weird. Keep tapping the screen, share the live. We love TikTok Shop. So anyways, Margarine said that. And then Jared Moskowitz, who, let's never forget, has a large position of Meta and voted for the TikTok ban and is probably going to profit off of it. And we need to ban stock trading in Congress. Sorry, I'm just still not over it. I love Jared Moskowitz, but I also don't like knowing that we're being profited off of while small businesses are being shut down. It's gross. So MTG specifically told my friend, I love how he just trolls James Comer constantly. Comer is the head of the Oversight and Accountability, and Jared Moskowitz is actually moving to Judiciary, so we won't get to see Jared terrorizing Comer like we used to, but he's like, I'll always terrorize you on the internet, and he has kept true to form. So again, remember that list I showed you? That was all men, and MTG specifically told James Comer, apparently, that she won't allow any Republican women to be on her subcommittee. Doesn't that just sound exactly like Margarine? The ultimate pick-me. Never uplifting women in any way, shape, or form, just wanting to step on them. That is so margarine. Yeah, she wants to like oversee a committee of like, ugh, that's gross. Gross. We don't like it. Oh, I don't know why I even posted this, but maybe for some, like, sometimes we need to lower the temperature. This is a new Department of Justice White House liaison, Paul Ingracia. This guy is just all over the internet calling Ron DeSantis a LGBTQIA slur. You know what I mean? Like, these are the people. Yeah, let's swear them in. Great choices. We love it. I'll just let you guys read these. These came out after he was sworn in. He just has some weird obsession with Ron DeSantis, which I would wager. I mean, I don't know if it's projection or not. I'm just saying it's weird. And then look at this, because this is obviously Justin Trudeau and they're trying. Laura Loomer is calling Justin, implying there's something wrong with being gay. There is not. We all know that. And then this guy who is a DOJ White House liaison is obsessed with Ron DeSantis. I don't know how all these people work together. They just must. It's like a minefield of hate. It's so crazy. And on lighter notes,
apparently Amazon paid Melania Trump $40 million for her life rights for the
grift is on. Jeff Bezos, how did he get that front row seat? Which, by the way, I did not include this in the outline, but I feel like, I might have one screenshot coming. Okay, I do think I have a screenshot, but I could have posted so much more. I'll just say this. If you peeped, which I think everyone peeped, not Mark Zuckerberg. That's what the screenshot I have is Mark Zuckerberg staring at Jeff Bezos's wife's cleavage. Because she wore like a blazer with no shirt. Sat in the front row of the inauguration, which I don't care. Like, I hate dress code. Like, you're talking to the wrong person. I actually liked her outfit. Like, I don't care what she wore. I mean, she just did not put a shirt on. Like, that is true. But wasn't it cold in DC? Like, it kind of, to me, it was just like, is this appropriate for the weather? Like, you must be freezing. But she did, and it was like a white blazer too, wasn't it? We'll get there. I think I have one screenshot of Mark Zuckerberg staring. But Megyn Kelly, I suggest if you want to laugh, because I don't like S-shaming in any way. Like, wear whatever you want at whatever temperature you want. No problem with me. Megyn Kelly is the pettiest, cruelest woman. Her and Margarine should be on that subcommittee together and just put women down. Like, that they're jealous of. Megyn Kelly has spent like since the inauguration, Megyn Kelly like has one segment a day on like, what's wrong with Lauren Sanchez? Why doesn't she put some clothes on? It's crazy. Megyn Kelly is very mad about Lauren Sanchez's outfit at the inauguration. She cannot move past it in any way. Let's get to 200K. Tap, tap, tap. Keep tapping the screen. Tapping is clapping. I appreciate it so much. Since my subscriptions are going away because TikTok is still not in the App Store, if you would like to support me, please do it through Cash App or Venmo. Or again, in my link tree is the link to the Streamlabs / a girl has no name / tips, which you can use also. That might be easier on YouTube and on Twitch. And that link is in my link tree, and that goes to PayPal, because I know I've had many people from other countries say we don't have Cash App and Venmo. Well, this is a way to get around it finally, and hopefully I'll figure out even more as we try to reduce our dependency on TikTok. But again, $40 million Jeff Bezos paid. I'm sure that helped him get him and his girl that seat for Melania's rights in a documentary.
Documentary about her? What's that?
I just remember, I got it wrong. I'm sorry. I did more research on this. Jeff Bezos didn't buy the rights. He's it's a licensing deal. He doesn't even own the rights. He's just paying $40 million. Melania still owns the rights.
about? That seems really questionable to me. It seems like some kind of a bending of the knee by Mr. Bezos to get favorable treatment from the government. And I'm very, very concerned about these types of deals going forward. And now it feels like the White House really is for sale. Apparently.
Yeah, it really does. The day he didn't even buy the rights to the documentary. And I thought that, like, the richest oligarchs in America and their spouses got front row seats for Trump's inauguration, while Trump's cabinet sat behind them, and state governors and congressional. Oh yeah, Margarine was PISSED'd about this. And state governors and congressional spouses had to watch the ceremony in the overflow room, like on a screen. They weren't even in the room. Ron DeSantis was in an overflow room. Like, people in actual government couldn't be in there. So the oligarchs that are bribing Trump with millions could sit in the front row. And Chris Murphy, who I like more and more every day, Democratic senator from Connecticut, seeming more and more presidential every day. That's all you need to know. The billionaires are in charge, not you. Amen. I'm sorry, MAGA, but like, you have to be honest with yourself about what's going on right now. Like I said, we're all in the same boat. You are not special. Trump needed your vote, and we are all in the same position. We have lost. Oh, this is the photo. Look at Mark Zuckerberg. Mark, what are you looking at, weirdo? There's many more of these photos, and Megyn Kelly loses her mind over them. I mean, like, do you see what I'm saying when I say she didn't wear a shirt? Like, again, no judgment. I like the outfit, love the blazer. I'm just saying, like, I'm saying that's a bra top, which I think it's very fashionable. I don't know about a -11 wind chill. I'm just saying. I know, Mark. Like, just a weird photo they caught there. Oh yeah, this does talk about Megyn Kelly. So meanwhile, Mark Zuckerberg had a difficult time keeping his eyes off Jeff Bezos' girlfriend. Oh, they're not married? I thought they were married. Are they not married yet? Okay, girlfriend. While Jared Kushner demonstrated excellent eye discipline, he did. Jared was like, my wife's hot enough. Megyn Kelly on Sanchez's outfit. She has no class, no dignity, no respect. And that's the nicest thing she said. Like, Megyn Kelly will not let this go for the rest. And I don't think you want to go after, like, the girlfriend of the richest man in the world. Like, something tells me you're not winning that fight, Megyn Kelly. Like, not even on your best day. I would probably let that one go. Oh my gosh. And I wish I had the clip of this. There's a clip going around of this. He's like, in my opinion, some of us have been in this state of mind before. The richest man in the world, who I don't know if you guys heard, and I think this is going to come up in the reporting, but if not, I'm just going to say it now. It's been reported he was supposed to, he was trying to buy, the Line Hotel, and he was going to have his offices in there. He has offices in the West Wing. Elon Musk is getting, the highest security clearance possible and is going to be in offices in the West Wing. He doesn't even know where he is some days. Bloomberg reports that 6 of the 10 richest people in the world have met with Trump at Mar-a-Lago recently. Bezos, Zuckerberg, Sergey Brin, Bill Gates, Larry Ellison. Oh my God, wait till we get to Trump's press conference yesterday. What the was that? That's my new favorite thing about Trump press conferences. He's like, we're going to have a press conference on AI. And then he lets 2 people say 3 words. And he's like, excuse me, get out of the way. And then just tells a bunch of lies. Word salad is probably even a better word. I don't even know if they're lies. I don't know if he knows what he's saying. Trump canceled the outdoor inauguration because the mall was which, by the way, I now see Trump not knowing what he's saying as a possible tactic. Wait till I show you this cult expert I found. Fascinating stuff. I found a guy we should all follow. He's going to explain to us. He's like the Trump whisperer. I'm so sad I didn't know who he was before. Chris Murphy on the inauguration. Trump canceled the outdoor inauguration because the mall was going to be empty and totally embarrassing. I concur. And all he cares about are the tech bros and the ruling class billionaires anyway, so it's better if they are the only ones in the room. Do you guys understand that like MAGA came from all over to be at that inauguration? Non-refundable tickets. Oh yeah, we're getting to the bit. Don't worry. We're getting to all of that. Sorry, I know this is how the patterns work in my mind. Don't worry, we'll get to the bishop and Trump. That was some BS if I've ever seen it. Keep tapping the screen. Tap, tap, tap. Are we at 200K? We are not. We need to tap. Tap the screen, share the live. Yeah, many people from all over the world went to go to this inauguration and it was canceled. Like the few events they had basically barely happened at all. It's complete waste of money. Oh, and this will sicken you. Listen to this. So all of these billionaires that are surrounding Trump that are like in his cabinet, they're trying to buy up real estate in DC now. Trump's billionaire appointees are buying up expensive homes in DC over the past few weeks. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick just bought Fox host Brett Beyer's French chateau-style home for $25 million. Who knew Brett Beier was worth that type of money? That Fox News Corp stock looking pretty good. That's why they're pathological liars. Actually, I would say I wouldn't even call Brett Beier that. I think Brett Beier is what was his name? Neil Cavuto. He just left. He was the most honest person left. Now it's like Brett Beier and maybe Martha McCallum. Those are, if we're stack ranking the pathological lying. I think actually Brett Beier and Martha McCallum were probably on the honest end, which is not good for Fox News Corp. Still lying, but more honest. Jim, so we've been really overwhelmed by the wealth factor that has come to Washington. This is the swamp, MAGA. He told you he was going to drain the swamp. The swamp is full. It's overflowing. The swamp is flooding out. Why is this your version of draining the swamp? Moving all the billionaires, everyone that has the money to control and hire lobbyists, moving them in. Your AG, you guys are like, well, she's hot. Pam Bondi is a literal corporate lobbyist. Oh, wait, it gets better. She's not just a corporate lobbyist. She's registered as a foreign agent on U.S. soil. She used to lobby for Middle Eastern countries. Congratulations. That's why he put her there. It seems Elon Musk, I did include it. Good. It seems Elon Musk will not be working in the executive office building adjacent to the White House after all. The New York Times is reporting that Musk has now been able to convince Trump to give him an office in the West Wing of the White House. President Musk, can I offer you, just as someone who is raised by a malignant narcissist and has seen this move? And like, people always ask me, why do you watch reality TV? It's because I'm fascinated by human behavior, because I was raised by a narcissist. So I love to watch behavior patterns, and I'm not super smart. So like, if you've ever watched like competition reality, like Survivor, like if you are the biggest threat in the room, you never want to be that. You don't want to be the craziest person. You don't want to be the loudest person. You don't want to be the person attracting the most attention, because you are the target. And I'm presenting to you right now this psychological premise that occurred to me earlier that I've heard no one say. So this is what makes me different than other people on the internet. I can develop lines of logic on my own. Elon Musk is just another human shield for Trump, right? Look what he's doing. the Sieg Heils, all of it. Trump can always be like, look over there at that crazy guy, right? While Trump is enriching himself, you never want to be the craziest. You never want to be the loudest. Trump can stand in Musk's shadow while he acts a fool and hide behind him. You always want a shield, right? The smartest person, you never want to be number one in the stack rank. And Elon Musk is not smart enough to see that, right? He's not smart. Nobody wants to be in the position Elon Musk. He's first up on the chopping block. He's the fool, right? You want to stand behind the fool and hide behind him as long as possible and keep the heat off you. That is what is going on. Elon Musk is a distraction, a very good one too, because we're watching him enrich himself and we're like, what is this guy doing? Like, this is crazy. Like, we hate him. Meanwhile, Trump's like, what's my meme coin up to now? Like, have the Saudis invested? Like, so I just present to you, this is classic survival contestant reality show strategy. Trump is a reality show genius. He is using the same strategy you watch on a reality show. Never be the loudest, never be the first up in the chopping block, never be the biggest threat in the room. He went and found a bigger threat than him, parked him right next to him, and it's fucking genius. Like, it is genius. If I hadn't have watched all this reality TV to analyze behavior patterns, I might not have caught it. This is a reality show. Trump is not living in real life. It doesn't matter if he's smart or not. It's happening. And Trump, you have to understand, Trump only understands reality TV. This is the world he comes from. He comes from the entertainment world. He went out and found himself the biggest shield you could ever find. It's not smart. That's all I'll say. Like, Trump doesn't know a lot of things, but he knows certain things, right? He knows how to leverage. But like I said, he's a basic mob boss from Queens who knows a lot about the entertainment industry. Trump gets most of his tactics in life from the WWE or from reality TV. Quite honestly, he's playing a part. Yeah, and he's taking us all to the cleaners while doing it. So all I'm saying is always follow the money. There's so many like sleight of hands going on. Look over here. Can you believe this? Look at all these executive orders. You're all outraged. And I'm still robbing you all. Oh my God, like this distraction. Like him being like, I'm renaming Denali Mount McKinley. But I'll tell you why I like this, right? It's the same way I was telling you guys about Mike Turner. When Trump ousted, the biggest mistake Trump has made strategically was ousting Mike Turner from the Foreign Intelligence Committee. Because that is a powerful, smart person who's not going to go quietly into that good night. You have a 2-seat majority in the House, and you have pissed off one of the smartest, most intelligent people in the Republican Party, who now may vote against you. Lisa Murkowski, senator from Alaska, is our Mike Turner in the Senate. Hates Donald Trump. Insulated. Alaska is a faraway land that nobody understands. They use ranked choice voting, and it would be hard to oust Lisa Murkowski, right? She's kind of a fixture there. So she is pissed about this. Like, she could be one of our swing votes. The more Trump alienates the few sane people left, right, the better for us. That's what we want. Because Trump can be smart sometimes, or do things like smart enough to be like, hey, I need someone crazier than me, richer than me to stand next to me, and people will hate him more. And then eventually I'll throw him under the wheels of the bus as a sacrificial lamb. That's something Trump can figure out for himself. But his mouth is going to get him in trouble. His hubris, right? Narcissists believe they're God. Oh, thank you, V. Vicky says, thank you for all you do in educating. You also have a great sense of humor. It's super dark, huh? I know. You got to laugh to get through life. Thank you so much for the $25. I appreciate it so much. And this is ridiculous. Denali is the name given to it by the natives, by indigenous people native to that area, which I knew their name, but now I'm not going to butcher it. I was reading it. Oh, it's Athabascans, I think, but if that's wrong, don't hate me. Oh, and this is just, oh, wait, I just put this as the history. I don't care. I mean, not that I don't care. I do care.
Here. There he is.
At this point, he was deep in the K-hole. If you don't know what that means, probably Google it. I'm just kidding. I just say things. I'm just talking out loud. I don't know. I don't know what Elon Musk was doing. I'm just saying words I heard. I don't actually know what they mean. And all of that is an opinion, not a fact. But that's when it really was kicking in. You know what I mean? Really kicking in here. Like...
And let me tell you, I'm going to work my ass off for you guys. So, I really will. So,
I really will. I've lost control of most of my facial muscles, but I really will. I really will. Oh my God. I'm just going to do breaking news because it just popped up. New fire explodes north of Los Angeles, forcing evacuations. It's north of Santa Clarita. As the Hughes fire grew to more than 5,000, I think it's called the Hughes fire. It grew more than 5,000 acres in about 2 hours. I know, this is awful. Sorry, it just popped up. I'm just reporting the news. I don't have more information than that at this time. Okay, I don't know if we should do this or I should wait to the end because I don't want it to hurt the live, but whatever.
and I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Now, you know what the crazy part about this is? Like, as someone that's hanging out on X, because I have to, I've got to know what these weirdos are up to so I can tell you guys. The amount of insane gaslighting going on X, I am fascinated by this. I cannot tell if these people believe the lies that they're peddling or they're trying to protect their god Elon Musk on Twitter. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I think it's a combination of both. It is truly fascinating watching what's going on X. Like, people just being like, that didn't happen. They're like, he was saying my heart goes out to the people. And I'm like, but then the interesting part is like the true far right fringe, like the white nationalists, they're like, no, we know exactly what he was doing. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so the real people that support that kind of thing are like 100% that's what he's doing. But the people who are like, want to believe they're not those people, you know, or like, it didn't happen. You guys are liars. Like, the amount of gaslighting happened. Okay, here's an example. CNN, this is Colin Rugg. Oh my God. If you want to have an aneurysm, follow him. You will literally have an aneurysm from watching the lies. CNN suggests Elon Musk made a you-know-what salute during Trump's event at Capital One Arena. Purposely leaves out Musk's comments when he said his heart goes out to the crowd. This is what they're saying. I swear to you, this is the line of logic that makes no sense. CNN, and I'll show you the video. We don't need to read the quote because but I just want to show you, this is underneath the video. Now, who's Kazian? This is somebody, or it's like Kaizen. I'm going to get it wrong. I think it's Kaizen. This is someone that Elon Musk reposts all the time. Like, sort of like, if anyone accuses Elon Musk of being a bigot, then here comes this guy to be like, oh no, he's not a bigot, like that sort of thing. And so he's the one that came up with this. The you know what salute does not involve placing the palm on the heart. Well, that's weird because I literally looked up thousands of videos going back to the 30s and they were all doing that. So someone should really actually go look into that information because I have found thousands of videos where they're doing that. Because I was like, really? That's weird because why have I seen so many videos of exactly that? But I'm just telling you, this is the lie that like the people that want to believe they're not involved in this are telling. You can conclude that Elon tried to do that and failed to do it properly, or that he was excited, awkward, not thinking about how he looks and trying to show his heart going out to the crowd. This is real. And Colin Rugg says, good analysis. No, that's not a good, that's a good analysis if you don't have a brain. Yeah. Yeah. If you're a paid shill, either you're in on the grift or man, I feel sorry for you. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, either you're in on this or what in the F? Sad. And then this is still some more. I'm just showing you things underneath, and then I'm going to show you the clip of CNN that they're so mad about, which CNN said nothing. These people are not real reporters. They're like, well, we all saw that, and you could just figure out what that was. Like, fake news has not learned a single lesson. This is what they're saying. If you just point out what you saw, it's like very much like J6. Hey, I just watched this for like 3 hours, and they're like, fake news. None of it ever happened, even though all the footage, we demanded all the footage be released, and we watched it all happen. None of it happened. They learn nothing and will continue to learn nothing. And then he posts a longer clip and is like, the full clip is even worse. But I'll just show you the clip they're so angry about.
I just want to look at that salute that he gave again, just if anybody missed it, we'll just show it again. He's just wrapped up here. You can hear the... All right, so we just showed that. We just showed that.
Right. It's worth salute. It was quick. I think our viewers are smart and they can take a look at that, but it certainly was, it's not something that you typically see at American political rallies, put it that way.
No, it was not something that you usually would see. And it was quick, as you point out, it was very quick, but it was in a moment of intensity for him as he came out dancing, and then he did that. He is a hero here.
And I just want to say thank you.
So then Colin Rugg posts this as like, he's trying to say like they didn't really show the whole thing. Is that not the nicest coverage of something like this you could ever give in your life? Like, they said nothing. And they're like, you guys can determine what that was. And then Colin posts this clip to show like they're not showing the whole clip, which he's not showing the whole clip is the funny part.
For making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured.
Anyways, so then I just want to point out, and I just want to show you again, this is underneath this video in the comments. I want to show you what is happening and how MAGA is making sense of this in their mind. They went and just still framed Kamala and Hillary, and they're like, see? And it's like that means that, okay, there's a big difference between someone holding their arm up in the air and what we just saw. You would have to show us the clips and prove that this was happening, which is effing ridiculous and was not, right? Like, I just think this is funny. Like, MAGA can't follow a line of, they could not find their way out of a paper bag if their life, in fact, depended on it. But I mean, this is cognitive dissonance. Like, you cannot take in new information that is contrary to like what you have to believe and what keeps you in your community. It's absolutely delusional. Was it like what Kamala did? No, weirdo. It was definitely not. Like, it was definitely not. And then, so because of all this going on Colin Rugg's page, who's like a Elon Musk sycophant, people responded and they're like, show the whole clip. He did it twice. Like, what are you even talking about? Which I was like, thank God someone did this. And I also like this on silent because I literally hate this. Yeah, like that's the reality of what he did. And again, we'll get into the clips, but like the far right fringe, they know exactly what he did, and they are celebrating it openly. So the delusional people who want to believe they're not bigots or they're not party to this or whatever, and they have to convince themselves like, I'm not a bad person. Like, this isn't me. It is you, right? It is you. You are part of this. This is what you voted for. This is your party. We all know which party. That's you. Stop trying to duck it. Your cognitive dissonance doesn't explain it away. This is who you are now. Unless you denounce it and leave, this is who you are. Telling a bunch of lies poorly, I might add, very poorly, that make no sense, does not mean this is not what you are party to now. This is who you all are. Surprise! And I love this, like Aaron Rupar, I'll just say, he's one of my favorite independent journalists. He's like, when you've lost Fox's Chiron writers, like look at the bottom, Elon Musk makes questionable salute. When even Fox Entertainment is reporting on it, please don't try to gaslight me like you did with J6 and say it didn't happen, which I feel like is happening all over again. Like we all have eyes. Thank you. But this is what they mean, like flood the airways with shit. And then whoever has the farthest reach and the loudest voice can decide what truth is. And that's why we have to fight back. This is the purpose of the People's Receipts. Because we are not crazy and we all do have eyes. And we are going to fight against the 24-hour-a-day gaslighting of people who could not follow a line of logic. And I probably can't play all this next clip, but I just want to show you one of our, I don't want to say a very prominent person on the far right fringe. I won't say too many words that we all know, confirming for us very excitedly what in fact Elon Musk was up to in this clip.
And then the like straight up, like that was a serious Roman. It wasn't even like a subtle, like a wave, like one of these, like a Laura Ingraham. Remember when Laura Ingraham did that?
Yeah, and if you guys don't know who Laura Ingraham is and why Nick Fuentes would be naming her as someone who would do that, I suggest you look up who Laura Ingraham's father was and really figure out who these people are. This is one of the most prominent supporters of, Mustache Man and leaders of the far right fringe with millions of followers who I cannot play the rest of this. It's in today's outline of the Discord if you want to hear the rest of it. But he more than fervently for a long time confirms what we all know was going on, and they're so excited about it. They're like, see, like he has our back. He's exactly who we knew he was. Like they are hyped up. Meanwhile, we have the delusional people trying to be like, he was saying my heart goes out to you. It's like, well, why didn't you tell the far right that? Don't gaslight us. I have eyes. Maybe you want to wrangle the rest of the who's in your party.
That was a straight up like Sig Heil, like.
Do you get the point now? Are we clear? This is your own party. You don't need to bother gaslighting the left about what it was. We have brains. We also read books. Like we know. Maybe wrangle Nick Fuentes because he's ruined it for you guys. Now let me just show you some gaslighting here. Now this is Jesse Waters on Fox.
Anyone who's watched Elon knows he's just not very smooth. He jumps around. Here he is acting a little giddy. So if that's a salute, Then AOC and Pocahontas or the Third Reich. Elon had a little chuckle, quote, frankly, they need better dirty tricks. The everyone is Hitler attack is so tired.
Did everyone hear that? Like the gaslighting? Now let's go back to someone who represents that part of the far right fringe in our country and remind ourselves of what he thinks Elon Musk was doing.
And then the straight up, that was a serious Roman. It wasn't even like a subtle, like a wave, like one of these, like a Laura Ingraham. Remember when Laura Ingraham did that? That was a straight up like.
I don't want to play it again, but we all get the point, right? You don't need to gaslight us, but this is for all the people. This is the damage control, the gaslighting of reality for all the people that voted for Trump that don't support this type of thing. And then we have to be gaslit by Fox News and be like, hey, you didn't see what you thought you saw. That's not real.
AOC and Pocahontas or the Third Reich. Elon had a little chuckle, quote, frankly, they need better dirty tricks. The everyone is Hitler attack is so tired. Cancel culture's been crushed. The left doesn't own Twitter and no one's watching legacy media. So these hoaxes go nowhere.
Hoaxes. Yeah. Okay, Jesse. Okay. This is why your mom won't let you come to holidays, Jesse Waters. This is exactly why. Jesse Waters' mother, we are so sorry that this is your reality. I totally get why he can't come anywhere near your house during the holidays. Like, that is a good decision. Like, what in the actual F? Michelle, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you so much. And Susan, thank you so much. She said, for really hoping YouTube and other platforms do well. I know we're doing much better. We're slowly detoxing from TikTok. It's working. Now, here AOC, which I love me some AOC, and this is not the full video. This is from Instagram if you want to watch it, but she was so pissed about this, but also just super matter of fact. Like, I kind of like the way she was just like, yeah, not me. This is insane. And like, I'm going to go ahead and be on the opposite side of this.
This is the United States of America.
Tap the screen. Let's get to 300K. Tapping is clapping, please. Let's get some hearts going on YouTube. You guys are going great. Interact with the live tapping. You can do it, TikTok.
And I don't care what Elon Musk is doing behind a presidential seal. In this country, we hate Nazis. Kind of like a foundational defining thing. Two of probably the most foundational defining things about American history is that we beat the Confederates and we beat the Nazis. And I don't know what side people may be on today, but I still am not rocking with anyone sympathetic to Nazis. And I will do that until I am 6 feet in the ground. Like, kind of foundational to me as a human being. And so if you're cool and want to defend the Sig Heils and the Nazi salutes, all the whatever you want to do, that's on you. I'm on the opposite side of that. I'm not with the Nazis. How about that? I mean, but it's very important for us to assert these things.
And you know what is so crazy? I was thinking when I was like, oh yeah, I need to play this in my show tomorrow, is that we are at a point. Who ever thought, like 10 years ago, did you ever think we'd be at a point where this type of S is necessary? Like where you do have to assert that? Like it used to be implied, right? Like these type of people used to have to be in the shadows. And now it's like we have to loudly beat back like supporters of Mustache Man. Like this is times they are a changing. That's all I'm pointing out. It's like times they are a changing. Can Trump really roll back 1965 executive order for DICR? Can Trump really roll back? I need to Look up which executive order you're talking about, Autumn, but thank you for the $5. Well, I mean, if you're talking about all of the executive orders from Biden, 1990 executive order 605. Just one second. I'm looking up what you're talking about. I have a list of all those. I'll get to executive orders. Yeah, this you think this is just one of the many. Have you read ending legal discrimination and restoring merit-based opportunity? You know what this is, right? This is when he says ending illegal discrimination, this is what's written in Project 2025. It's the belief that it's not, even though we know, right? And I'm talking now about math, which MAGA, I'm going to lose you here. You're going to just not know what I'm talking about, but just stay with me and you might learn something. We know through statistical analysis, right? That they're called impact studies. And we know that brown and black people are disproportionately being marginalized and discriminated against, right? Through statistical analysis. But yeah, there's a belief in Project 2025 that is reversed. So yeah, I'll get to the executive orders and Trump made a bunch of executive orders. And then I do think, in my opinion, the more disturbing stuff is the rollbacks. It's, all of the Biden executive orders that he invalidated, right? Because a lot of I'll get to it. I'll show you some screenshots and some examples. But yeah, anything, if you are a minority in this country, if you are, in any, and I mean in any way, if you're disabled, if you're on the spectrum, if you're neurodivergent, if you are brown, if you are black, if you are a woman, if you are LGBTQIA, if you are anything, everything that Biden did to protect you has been undone on day one. And then the goal is Trump's basically catch me if you can. Fight me in the courts. And that's why all of these lawsuits are just being unloaded across the federal judiciary. And everyone is judge shopping because it's just they've been planning this. And I'll show you. I have a video. I don't know if I put it in here, but I have it on my computer of Dana, an example of an attorney general who's talking about this. Dana Nessel, the AG for Michigan. I love her. She's a star. And she's a fighter. I believe she's gay, actually, I think. God, I hope I'm right about that. But yeah, she's talking about kind of the anti-discrimination and her duty. This is what AGs, Democratic AGs, we're lucky to have one in Arizona. Chris May, she's amazing. They have been planning lawsuits, right? They already have them written up. That's why they're releasing just waves of lawsuits against Trump, because this is what he said. This is the point of Project 2025. Use the executive branch, consolidate power there. Just like Biden appointed, I think, just a little over 25% of the judiciary, so did Trump, right? And judge shopping is not illegal. And conservatives control the Supreme Court. Trump is betting that at the end, even if it makes it all the way to the Supreme Court, he's going to win. That's what this is. He's just saying, hey, I'm going to do whatever I want to do while your lawsuits wind through the courts. I bet that in the end, I'm going to win. Oh, well, yeah, that's funny. God, great timing, Autumn. So the first lawsuits have been filed against Trump. I think we're up to 22 states, right? But against Doge, as far as Elon Musk, this was some of the first waves of lawsuits. Oh my God. I just forgot what the basis of the lawsuit is, and I knew this. But this is the screenshot of the lawsuit, and I have a link to the lawsuit if anyone wants it, in today's outline. I don't know why you'd want to read this. It's only 34 pages. But basically, I can't remember what the basis of it is, so I'm not going to say. Oh, I have it right here. Yeah, it violates federal transparency laws. That's what it is. So they're trying, this was already drawn up when they started talking about Doge. But yeah, basically they're not reporting like a committee should, an advisory committee should. So they're going to go after them for violation of federal transparency laws. The lawsuits allege that Doge fails to comply with various transparency and ethics requirements as prescribed by the Federal Advisory Committee. And I think we're going to get to this soon. Oh, here we are. And I think I have a screenshot because a better article came out. CBS News was the first one I know that started reporting that Elon Musk forced Vivek out. Imagine pump and dump. I made all my money off an Alzheimer's drug I knew was never going to work and gave Alzheimer's patients false hope. Vivek Ramaswamy is the sane one who's like, I can't deal with this guy. And today, if you want to read more about it, hold on. I think I have a screenshot that I added at the end. This is what I was listening to right before the live started. There's a Washington Post exclusive on this now. Doge revamp empowers Musk as friction spurs Ramaswamy's exit. A deep philosophical risk. Yeah, one rift. Yeah, one person is saner than the other. Is basically what I think it boils down to. Like, Vivek wanted to use the real Constitution, right? And like the work of like the Heritage Foundation that's not necessarily unconstitutional, like Chevron deference, the ruling by the Supreme Court to dismantle the federal government, which probably he could do legally in a lot of ways, and to cut federal waste in a way that the Supreme Court ruled wasn't wrong. And Elon Musk is just, I think basically trying to enrich himself. So Vivek's like, I'm going to run for governor of Ohio. Like, it's already happening. No, I don't think anyone can work around Elon Musk. I think that's a tall order to survive even being around him, like for a long period of time. It seems like a punishment no one really wants. Which I want to say this too. I actually think that's really good. I don't know if this is real, and if I'm sure someone from Ohio can correct me if I'm totally wrong. But I heard like Sherrod Brown, who lost the Senate race, who's smart. I love Sherrod Brown. He is probably going to run for governor. And Elon Musk might be the only, not Elon Musk. Vivek Ramaswamy might be the only person who could lose the Ohio governor's race. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I still don't know if a Democrat could ever win. But our best chance is probably against Vivek. So I actually am glad he's running for Ohio governor. I think that's coming up in 2026. So the campaign will start soon. But I heard Sherrod Brown is probably going to run.
You know that paper
and have a really good memory.
Computers.
He's awesome. Who's the guy that ran against JD? Tim Ryan. I love Tim Ryan. Ohio. Where is Tim Ryan? Why don't you guys get Tim Ryan to do something? That man's amazing. His speech and debate skills were amazing. And then Tim Thiel's money beat him out. He was so close to beating JD Vance. I love Tim Ryan. What happened to that man? Let's get him back in government. These people close to Musk have privately undercut Ramaswamy for weeks, frustrated with his lack of participation in the heavy lifting. I doubt that. I don't think that's true. I think he's like, this is two diverging stories, right? One that was being fed, like this CBS one is being fed by Elon Musk, in my opinion, and then that Washington Post exclusive, because I got through about 8 of the 11 minutes listening to it while I was getting ready, and like that is quoting people close to Vivek. So I think that's kind of his like answer to the CBS article that was like, oh, Vivek wasn't really doing anything. And I think that's because he philosophically does not agree with what Elon Musk is up to, is what he's trying to say in the Washington Post exclusive. He's like, I was going to use Chevron deference and do legal things. And Elon Musk is running amok. And this is, oh my God, Caroline Leavitt, right? This is our new press secretary talking about Vivek and Musk breaking up.
Yeah, Caroline, I got a question for you. There's an item in Politico this morning that talks a little bit about how Vivek Ramaswamy is leaving the Doge operation, and the way the Politico article makes it sounds like he and Elon were not seeing the same vision, and now he's leaving. Vivek is, and he's going to run for governor. What's going on?
Well, the media always tries to stir up controversy amongst President Trump's team. We are a unified team here. Vivek Ramaswamy is a brilliant mind and a great supporter and ally of President Trump. I understand he's moving forward to run for office himself, and that's a great thing for our country. And as for Doge, President Trump signed executive action yesterday. Doge will live within the executive office of the president, and it's going to do exactly what President Trump intended it to do.
Yeah, the press secretary full of lies. I once did a whole hour on her contradicting herself. There's nothing Caroline Leavitt won't say. So yeah, I'm just showing you how she reports on it. But I would say the real truth is in that Washington Post exclusive, which explains I don't think, it's hard to work with Elon Musk when he's out of his mind and just running amok and doing whatever he wants. And then remember the H-1B visa thing? I also think Ramaswamy was their sacrificial lamb. Someone had to go away for that. Now let's talk about Trump getting scolded by a bishop, because that's the best part. Or a deacon. Is she a bishop or a deacon? Is it a deacon? Can someone tell me? I always get it wrong. Is this woman that was yelling at Trump a bishop? Okay, I said it right the first time. I don't know why I thought deacon. But anyways, if you missed Trump at the National Prayer Breakfast sermon getting completely demolished by a woman who's hey, why don't you have some empathy for other people? It was beautiful. Oopsies.
Let me make one final plea, Mr. President. Millions have put their trust in you. And as you told the nation yesterday,
watch Trump's face. And also, Eric Trump is back there, Lara Trump. Watch all their faces. I've watched this 20 times. I could never get enough of watching these people's faces while this is happening.
Today, you have felt the providential hand of a loving God. In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families, some who fear for their lives. And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meat packing plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals, they may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. They are faithful members of our churches and mosques, synagogues, wadara, and temples. I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away, and that you help those who are fleeing war zones and persecution in their own lands to find compassion and welcome here. Our God teaches us that we are to be merciful to the stranger.
They're what the F is she saying? And by the way, if I ever have to go back to religion, I'm definitely going to be an Episcopal. I decided this is my if I have to sit through something, this is the type of stuff I would sit through. This sounds like the New Testament Jesus. Is I love how they're all what? We're supposed to hate the LGBTQI. Please be quiet, lady. We're just using religion to control the masses. We don't actually care about Jesus's teachings. What are you doing? It was like someone threw, it was like holy water on them and they were melting. Like, I love it.
For we were all once strangers in this land.
Just like all of Trump's wives. We were all once strangers in this land. Oh, wait, not Marla.
May God grant us the strength and courage to honor the dignity of every human being, to speak the truth to one another in love, and walk humbly with each other and our God for the good of all people in this nation and the world. Amen.
This last 5 seconds of just I could watch this for the rest of my life. Their faces are like, what the just happened? I can't. I could literally watch this part forever. Like C-SPAN. I was like, wow, C-SPAN really dragged out this clip. And then I saw the end and I was like, oh, I get it now. This is so awkward. Praise the Lord. Praise him. And that's the first sermon I have heard that I liked in a long time. Coyote, what in the F are you talking about? She's preaching from the New Testament and you're in the comments saying that we all need to have a stranger in our house or we're hypocrites. What do you define as a stranger? Because I do let strangers in my house all the time. So, I don't know what you're... It's super weird. Are you one of those people that takes the Bible as literal? Parables are stories meant to teach you a general lesson about not being a POS. That's what people don't get in the Bible. It's Jesus trying to be like, hey, I'm a brown socialist, and I've noticed that a lot of you are greedy POSs who don't care about poor people. Let's reconsider that. I'm going to tell you a story to make you think twice about your shitty behavior. That's what we're doing in the New Testament. Okay, this is not fire and brimstone. Here's the recipe for an AB, and that's where we got 3/5 of black people being 3/5 of a person from the book of Numbers. If you didn't know where they got that from, it's from the Old Testament. So just the New Testament is different. Are you joking? You don't know. You've never read the Bible, Coyote. Clearly. I'm not going to explain the Bible. I went to private Christian school. I have read the Bible. I was a Bible quiz champion. I've read the Bible so many times. If you don't know that Jesus had a problem with rich people, then you need to read the New Testament. I would suggest you read the Bible, Coyote, because your questions, they're not exposing anyone else. It's just showing you have no idea of that which you speak, right? Jesus went to the temple and overturned the tables of the moneylenders and accused them of being grifters. That's kind of the whole thing of the New Testament. Oh, good Lord. But hey, payday loans are fine. I'm sure Jesus would love the payday loan industry, I'm sure that's what Jesus was like. Free market capitalism at its best. I thought this was a good comment. This is an independent journalist I like, Ahmed Baba. He's like, this is a remarkable moment. Trump advanced, sit there in silence as a bishop pleads with them. It's to lean on their better angels and not follow through with their depraved campaign promises that target the LGBTQ plus community and immigrants. Never seen anything like this. None of us have ever seen anything like this. I love that people are quoting scripture to Coyote. Screenshot that, Coyote. But I'll just tell you, the New Testament is only 27 books, if my memory serves me. It's shorter than the Old Testament, and it's a much better read. You should just read it. And then you never have to embarrass yourself in comment sections anymore. Just skip Revelations too, because that's like an LSD trip. So Just get on that, Coyote, and report back. We'll be waiting. Thank you so much, Tony. You're amazing. Thanks for the spoon of sugar with the medicine, Rainy. Oh, you're awesome. Thank you so much. The spoon of sugar. That's a good way. I just got that. I'm like Mary Poppins. I'm Mary Poppins. I love this woman. I found another. Okay, wait. So this is Trump's like response, and I also thought this is Fox because I liked like their commentary on this. And then like Trump was walking out of the national, after the sermon, and they're like, "Hey, did you like that sermon?"
The president and the vice president were sitting there. That message was directed at them. And when Mr. Trump got back to the White House, he gave a real-time review.
What did you think of the service?
What did you think? Did you like it? Did you find it exciting? Not too exciting, was it? I didn't think it was a good service, no. Thank you very much.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
They can do much better.
She's like the head bishop of DC too. This is somebody like high up in the Episcopalian church. And they're like, oh, yeah. And what MAGA is doing is unbelievable. Yeah, full of Christ's love. You guys are. You guys are a joke. She said, hey, why don't you not persecute minority groups? And MAGA's like, that's it. Get her out of here. How dare she ask us not to be bigots and quote Jesus Christ in the New Testament? You guys are frauds. Truly, you guys are frauds. Someone gave you a sermon that literally showed that you're hypocrites. And instead of being like, hey, man, that's true. Jesus probably wouldn't want me behaving like this. Only God can judge people, not me. Nope. Instead, you guys are just quadrupling down on being giant frauds. You guys should never claim to be religious.
President Trump, Vice President Vance, and their families attended the National Prayer Service. It's a tradition after the inauguration, and it happens at the Washington Cathedral. But rather than a Christian service about God and country, they were forced to listen to the rantings of a lunatic.
In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now.
Yep, that was the rantings of a lunatic we just heard. Someone begging for mercy for two marginalized groups of people who are going to be slowly removed from society, is the nicest way I can say it. The rantings of a lunatic. Yeah, you guys are all really religious. You guys are embarrassing to religion. And I used to be religious, and I know that. At least I don't claim it. The best people I know, like truly, the people who yell loudest that they're religious are always the ones that are giant hypocrites. And Coyote, whatever you're doing in the comments, it's really not worth. It's sad. You don't have to take my advice, but my advice to you is to stop. Because like that hole you're digging, the bar is in hell now. Like just give it up.
But they were having none of it. And for this bishopress to use this moment, Laura, that's supposed to be an interfaith prayer service into a political lecture, it's really a misuse of religion here. And, I mean, they came together, the Trump family, the Vance family, they came to pray for the nation, not to be lectured by this woman who looks like, Kate McKinnon after a rainstorm. I mean, she's a mess. And the speech was a complete, discarded propaganda.
Attacking her appearance. I just want to point out, he was that's tearing down a woman's appearance. Sir, have you looked in the mirror? It's unbelievable. My favorite thing is unattractive men attacking women's appearance. Never fails. Just the worst looking man is like, excuse me while I judge somebody else's appearance. Sir, do you have a mirror? And that's not even the worst part about this clip, but I just had to say that. Like, sir, please walk by a mirror and come back down to reality. Like, you are too far out from shore. Please come back. Like, who lied to you, sir? Like, are you joking? You are not in the position to make fun of anyone's appearance for any reason ever for the rest of your life. I can't even believe that. And then to say, like, this was an interfaith sermon. Yeah, she named a bunch of other faiths that people are in this country and then begged for mercy for them. It was an interfaith sermon. I didn't realize quoting the Bible and then begging for mercy for groups of people is wrong. It's unbelievable the world we live in. And I just look at this, Cairo. This is Newsmax. Sanctuary of Satan. Yeah, for quoting the Bible and begging for mercy. This is Newsmax. The Christians. Praise the Lord. Praise him. Everyone praise him. You wonder why I couldn't stay evangelical. These people are full of Christ's love. Hey, there's marginalized groups experiencing horrible things who are terrified right now. And I'd just like to take a second to beg for mercy for them. Get her out of here. Praise the Lord. The Christian, nobody love is filled with more of Christ's love than the Christian right. You guys are all hypocrites. This is Donald Trump Jr. Jade and wokeness. I guess that quoting the Bible is woke. I would not say quoting the Bible is woke. Like, wokeness is about deconstructing from religion and like recognizing that it's a tool of control used by rich people. Right? Who owns the largest real estate portfolio in the world tax-free? The Catholic Church. Follow the money. It's a grift, but yeah, I digress. I'm a history major, so I understand. I did follow the money. I understand the origins of the Christian church and the money and the consolidation of wealth that went along with it. But they're saying this is woke. No, it's not woke. She said, hey, I'd like to beg for mercy for a couple groups of people. AK, you're a history major? That's awesome. Love that for you. It's amazing what you learn when you go to college to learn real history. If you think you've ever been taught history, unless you took a bunch of history classes at university, you don't know anything about history. Because as a teacher, I also was a teacher. They don't teach history in this. I took an AP history class actually from a professor or from a high school teacher that was pretty good. Like, he told the real story of Thanksgiving and all, like that's about as far as we got. Let's move on to someone else full of Christ's love. I don't know if you guys saw the breaking news yesterday, because the Christian right, they love the Lord so much. We know that. Pete Hegseth, we had to listen at his confirmation hearing for Secretary of Defense, him talk about how the Lord has saved him and stopped him from being a horrible person and all that. Well, this explained a lot of stuff for me, the breaking news that came out. Because when we were watching that confirmation hearing, I kept wondering why they were like people like Senator Tim Kaine. He was doing it a lot. Who else? There were many people that kept being like, is DV wrong? Domestic V. And I was like, why do they but they wouldn't say ever what they were talking about. But they kept saying it over, like so many people were like, how do you feel about DV? If somebody committed DV, can you condemn that? And he wouldn't. Pete Hegseth never did. And then this comes out. So let me make sure I get this right. Her name's like Danielle. Oh man, I'm going to forget. Danielle Dietrich Hegseth. She is the former wife of Pete Hegseth's brother. And she first talked to the FBI and felt like they were bearing it or weren't taking it seriously. And then I guess sent like a signed affidavit to whatever, like people in Congress, basically. And this is a good summary of like the allegations in her affidavit. So I'll read some of them. I'll read them. Hegseth's second wife saw. If your closet is a panic room, maybe this person shouldn't be in charge of women in the military. This just explains to me why those senators kept saying, "Will you condemn domestic V?" And he wouldn't. Hegseth's second wife sought refuge in a closet after Hegseth, threatened her. She was so concerned, and these are allegations. I just want to say that these are allegations made by Danielle Dietrich Hegseth, the former wife of Pete Hegseth's brother. And when they're talking about who's in the closet, his second wife. So his second wife is the woman he was married to when he impregnated his Fox producer, and they had a love child and that woman is now his third wife. And then a couple months after that, he was credibly accused of rape at that Republican Women's Conference by a different married Republican woman. So just to give you the timeline. So again, she was so concerned about her safety. This is his second wife. She was so concerned about her safety that they had a safe word, basically, her and Pete Hegseth's brother's wife, Danielle, that they shared a code word. She shared a code word with her sister-in-law to alert her when Hegseth threatened her. She texted the code word to the sister-in-law in 2015 or 2016. The complainant, Danielle, witnessed Hegseth drunk on several occasions, including one Christmas when he vomited and passed out. In another instance at a bar in 2013 in Minneapolis, Hegseth danced with drinks in both hands, broke glasses, and was dragged out. On the walk home, he made comments that implied he condoned non-consensual sex. I mean, the man's credibly accused of rape, and then just saying. On another occasion in 2009, Hegseth was found drunk at a strip club in downtown Minneapolis. So separate from the other club in the Veterans for Freedom suit. This is a different one. In downtown Minneapolis, in his military uniform. Oh, that's wrong. Intoxicated and getting lap dances. He had to be dragged out of the club. Man, this man has been dragged out of many stripper establishments. He disparaged Hispanic people and said Christian people needed to have more babies than Muslims to avoid being overtaken. Now, remember, in separate reports from separate people, he was yelling, "Unalive all Muslims," while intoxicated outside of a bar, I believe in Ohio. This is our Secretary of Defense. And mind you, outside of this, he has no qualifications for that job. He's never completed an audit. He ran 2 nonprofits into the ground. Like, he's completely unqualified. But he's going to, we have a pervasive issue of SA, rape, and assault against women in our military. And this man's going to be in charge of it. That makes, again, this all came out yesterday. There's a good New York Times article on this that's in today's outline. And then this, obviously, the link to this also is. And this is from a USA Today story. If you want to screenshot that, then I'm sure you could put it in your browser or look up USA Today, like Pete Hegseth, because that's where this comes from. Now, oh my God. Now we get today, or yesterday was Elise Stefanik. So this is the new Nikki Haley, right? The UN, she's trying to be confirmed for UN ambassador. Man, did she have some, dear Lord, help us.
Democratic senators.
And I just want to give you some background on Elise Stefanik. This woman, there's no false, non-truth. She will bend reality. She will say and do anything to support Donald Trump. Like when George Santos was defrauding people, like the case he has now caught and pled guilty to, like while he was doing it, like allegations were coming out and people were saying like, this isn't right. And she would just continually vouch for it and be like, no, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Nothing's happening. This is the woman that condemned J6 and then like erased her post post, but everyone had screenshots and is like, I never said that.
You think are for open border and mass amnesty for illegal undocumented.
Well, she thinks that Democrats are for open borders and mass amnesty. Yeah, that's libertarians. Those are people on the far right.
Democratic senators that you think are for open border and mass amnesty for illegal undocumented.
Well, I would point out that Democratic think tanks and rhetorics have talked
I'm asking about senators. Any Democratic senators you would level that charge against?
I think there are Democrat senators who have supported open borders. What I was doing is clarifying when you pointed out a headline from an article.
Not a headline, a quote of yours.
What the camp, which was related to border security, and we just had an overwhelming popular vote for President Trump where border security was top of the mind.
Well,
I stand by my. I think it's important to note I do stand by my rhetoric standing up for strong borders, and the American people overwhelmingly support that. Related to your question, related to Haiti.
My time is over, so let me just conclude and say this. When I've been on this committee and in the Senate, I was part of a bipartisan deal that put $46 billion of border security on the table that the House Republican majority killed, and another deal that put $25 billion of border security on the table in 2018 that President Trump killed. And I was just part of a bipartisan deal in the last year that was significant about bipartisan border security on the border that President Trump killed. The notion that Democratic senators are for open borders and allowing illegal aliens to vote is a fantasy. And so I really appreciate the opportunity to meet with you. But now I have questions about if you'd fall for a fantasy. I'm going to have that to ponder that. And I yield to Democrat.
I love me some Tim Kaine. Man, you guys are lucky to have him as a senator. He has been on fire in these confirmation hearings. I love Tim Kaine. Amazing. Now it gets worse. I mean, she's, I always say that my mom is one of these like crazed evangelicals who like gives money to Israel to like take over the West Bank. Cause there's this belief, like, if you don't know, like hardcore evangelical Christians, they believe that like they have to control the West Bank. Jesus is coming back. It all has to do with the rapture and their belief that like they have to control Israel so Jesus could like float down from heaven so like the rapture can happen properly. If you think that this is not serious, it is dead serious. And they give tons of money to Israel because of this belief. My mother is one. She's like, look, I sent $100 and I got this vial of holy water. I'm like, they just filled it up in the faucet and mailed it to you, you weirdo. But anyways, Elise Stefanik is one of these people. So how can you be a United Nations ambassador? The United Nations is like, people in the United Nations are accusing Netanyahu of war crimes and things. And we need people to be able to use logic and be impartial. But she's one of these people.
By answers in my office, but I did ask you whether you subscribe to the views of Finance Minister Smotrich.
I'm sorry,
Smotrich. This is the Israeli Finance Minister Smotrich and the former National Security Minister Ben-Gvir, who believe that Israel has a biblical right to the entire West Bank. And in that conversation, you told me that, yes, you shared that view. Is that your view today?
Yes.
Okay. I think when it comes to this very difficult issue.
So think about this. Between Zionist Mike Huckabee, Zionist Lil Marco, Secretary of State. Mike Huckabee is the ambassador to Israel. Then we have Zionist as the Secretary of State. And we have a Zionist who's going to be the ambassador at the UN. But no new wars, right, guys? These are full on. Remember the clip of Lil Marco I showed you where he's like, oh, I want you to film me saying this. Like, these people are not thinking logically.
If the president is going to succeed at bringing peace and stability to the Middle East, we're going to have to look at the UN Security Council resolutions, not just the ones on Lebanon, which we should enforce, but other UN Security Council resolutions. And it's going to be very difficult to achieve that if you continue to hold the view that you just expressed.
Yes, it is. That part. Tell him, Senator Van Hollen, that part. If you continue to hold that view you just expressed, and Trump has, it's not just her. Oh man. And he's looking very presidential. I don't want to say we should vote for Chris Murphy to be president, but I'm appreciating all the work he's doing. He's become like a full-time influencer. I appreciate the way he's communicating with the public. He tore Elise Stefanik into pieces. I have watched this clip like every time I was like, oh, I can't believe what's going on in this country. I would just turn on this clip of Chris Murphy just leveling Elise Stefanik. Elise Stefanik is Jewish, if you don't know. And he's asking her about what Elon Musk was doing. And she's like, oh, no, that didn't happen. Like, this is an example of how Elise Stefanik will deny reality. Like, I've never seen a person deny reality harder than Elise Stefanik. It's scary. Like, she did the same thing you're going to see her do about Elon Musk. This is how she was until the bitter end about George Santos, when people are like, yeah, no, he's stealing Republican donors' credit card information. Like we're pretty sure. And she's like, no, that's not happening. It's scary.
What do you think of Elon Musk, perhaps the president's most visible advisor, doing 2 Heil Hitler salutes last night at the president's televised rally?
No, Elon Musk did not do those salutes. I was not at the rally, but I can tell you I've been at many rallies with Elon Musk, who loves to cheer when President Trump says we need to send, our U.S. space program to Mars. Elon Musk is a visionary. I'm looking forward to his work in DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, and look forward to looking how we can be more efficient and effective. But that is simply not the case. And to say so is the American people are smart. They see through it. They support Elon Musk. We are proud to be the country of such successful entrepreneurs. That is one of our greatest strengths as Americans.
So let me share with you what a few Americans have said about it. Evan Kilgore, a right-wing political commentator, wrote on X, "Holy crap, did Elon Musk just Heil Hitler at the Trump inauguration rally? This is incredible. We are so back." Andrew Torba, who's the founder of the right-wing Christian nationalist social platform Gab, said incredible things are happening as he amplified the visual. The Proud Boys chapter in Ohio posted the clip on its Telegram channel with the text "Heil Trump." A chapter of the white nationalist group White Lives Matter posted it on Telegram. Thanks for hearing us, Elon. The white flame will rise again. I could keep going. Over and over last night, white supremacist groups and neo-Nazi groups in this country rallied around that visual. Does it concern you that those elements of the neo-Nazi and white supremacist element in the United States believe that what they saw last night was a neo-Nazi salute?
What concerns me is these are the questions you believe are most important to ask to the UN ambassador. I have a very strong record when it comes to combating anti-Semitism. We just had a historic election where President Trump earned historic.
How can you combat anti-Semitism when you delusionally deny it's occurring? That's all I'm asking. I'm just asking a very obvious question. You have a record on combating anti-Semitism, then combat this. Like, we are watching it happen, and you're like, I don't see it. I can't, like, I wish, but this is par for the course with her. I wish this was outside her normal behavior. It's not.
Support from American voters because of his strong leadership combating anti-Semitism, which has been a scourge across the country, skyrocketing since October 7th. So I intend to bring moral clarity to this position and continue to speak out as a voice, as a beacon of light, condemning anti-Semitism at the United Nations, which is representative of President Trump's record and President Trump's promises that he made on the campaign trail.
You are right. These are the questions I choose to ask because I think that your work and the administration's work on anti-Semitism only comes with real impact and credibility if it holds both right and left accountable. I simply don't believe that if a member of the squad made that same gesture last night, that there wouldn't be
Imagine if, like, which would never happen, but imagine if Tlaib did that or Ilhan Omar. They would be screaming from the hilltops, like, oust this person from the government. And she's like, I didn't see it. This isn't happening. I'm blind. What's going on? Just like what happened when they're like, hey, George Santos is defrauding Republicans who donated to his campaign. She's like, I don't see it. We have a very small majority in the House and need his vote.
Commentary from you and others. So I want to make sure that our work has credibility, and credibility comes with calling anti-Semitism and anti-Semitism behavior out when it comes from both the right and the left.
Yeah, and she has no credibility, so we don't need to worry about Elise Stefanik having credibility. That's been shot for quite a while now. Like, she has backtracked and pivoted and been hypocritical on so many issues at this point. I thought this was funny. Ben Ross was like, interesting that she chose not to mimic what he did, instead doing something completely different. She's like, it's like basically she's trying to say that he was cheering and excited. It's like, then why don't you do it, Elise? If it was just a cheer, why won't you do the motions? Like, I don't understand. I thought it was a cheer. And Chris Murphy wasn't done. I actually found this clip like the next, like, hours later. So he went back to his office and continued. Hold on, I've got to go out to the end of the presentation. He went back to his office and continued dragging her for this, which I was completely like, it's much needed. Where is it? Hold on. Oh, there it is.
Committee where we were holding a hearing on Trump's ambassador to the UN, who wants to lead an effort there to combat anti-Semitism. I asked her what she thought of Elon Musk's Nazi salutes, Heil Hitler salutes last night at Trump's inauguration rally. This is what they looked like. So that's clear as day. That is the Nazi salute. That's the Heil Hitler. The Nazi salute. That's the Heil Hitler. Of course it's the Nazi salute, because Elon Musk, he's endorsed the neo-Nazi party inside Germany. He amplifies anti-Semitic conspiracy theories on Twitter. And maybe what's most important is that even though Elise Stefanik maybe didn't think that it was a Nazi salute, neo-Nazis in the United States did, white supremacists in the United States did. Last night, their Telegram channels lit up with a celebration of Musk's Nazi salute. They amplified it and made the claim that it was evidence that Trump had their back, that Trump and Musk had the back of the white supremacists, the fringe violent right, and the neo-Nazis. It's not credible to say you are fighting anti-Semitism if you're not calling out what happened last night. Anti-Semitism is a stain,
Not credible is the nice way. You are a joke. If you will not call out what happened, then you are a joke. You are not, like, come on. This is not reality any longer. If you saw what Elon Musk did and you did not leave the Republican Party, if you're lying, if you're in cognitive dissonance, if you're explaining it away, then that's who you are now. That's you. You are part of that. Surprise! Congratulations. That is who you are. Birds of a feather flock together. That's who you have become. Either you denounce it and you move away from it, or that's who you are. You're accepting of it. You're an Elise Stefanik that's like, oh, I didn't see it. I don't know. I think he was just happy, or whatever she said. Like, please don't insult our intelligence. Either denounce that vile behavior or you're part of it. You're running cover for it. keep tapping the screen. You guys are doing an amazing job. Oopsies, sorry, that's my very messy presentation. If you would like to donate, please do through Cash App and Venmo. Since TikTok is not in the App Store, we've lost the ability to subscribe. So any reoccurring income I had is probably gone. So if you would like to donate through Cash App or Venmo or the Streamlabs, in my link tree is the Streamlabs /a girl has no name /tip, which goes through PayPal. That is in my link tree. Also, if you'd like to join the Discord where this whole outline is with the links to all these clips, there is a link in my link tree now, or you can join this way through my Feliz Navidad live account that's down below. You can click that and message the account and ask for a link, or just in my link tree on any one of my profiles, Twitch, YouTube, X, Blue Sky, TikTok, you can click on the Linktree link and the drop down has a link to join the Discord, which will probably not be there forever, but it's there now due to the instability of TikTok. I just want to call out again. I think the Senate Democrats are doing such a better job than they've ever done before on just explaining, here's what's going on, here's what's wrong. And I think I was so annoyed with them, and I'm glad to not be annoyed with them anymore. I'm glad they're starting to actually do their part and communicate. I love Sheldon Whitehouse. I always have loved Sheldon Whitehouse, but I love that he's communicating more. So now we're talking Sheldon Whitehouse, he's always been huge on climate crisis and big oil and them polluting and environmental terrorism and things like that. That's kind of something he's always been passionate about. So listen to this. Oh, whoopsie, sorry.
Well, we're through the first day of the Trump administration, and he's managed to pull us out of the Paris Climate Agreement, kill off the social cost of carbon so that it's free to pollute, and close down offshore wind. They say this is the golden age. It's definitely the golden age for big dollar polluters who've contributed to Trump.
Amen. Preach, Sheldon. Tell the people it's the gold. Trump dare say this is a golden age. This is the golden age of grifters. That's what we're in. We are in the golden age of grifters. Remember, he said, pool a cool billion oil and gas and I will deregulate. He killed wind for oil and gas. Remember I showed you that Washington exclusive article that talks about that's part of the agreement. Kill offshore wind energy, kill wind energy in the United States for big oil, right? This is why Trump has been saying all this weird stuff about windmills that's not true. It's for big oil. And we'll get to this, and I know it's probably coming up if we've started in the climate. If we're in the climate section, it's coming up soon. But I want you to understand one of the most important executive orders I haven't heard people talking about is when he declared an energy emergency. Do you guys understand what he's doing? He's granting himself special powers to pollute, to drill in the name of an energy crisis. And even Jimmy Carter, we had a real energy crisis in the 70s, a real one. And even Jimmy Carter did not declare a nationwide energy crisis. There were local areas where he was okay, do what you got to do here, but please, pollute and hurt the environment as little as possible. But that's why this is happening. That is why he has declared an energy emergency.
Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty.
The fact they're cheering that, it's the sign of the lowest intelligence. You know what I'm saying? just the sign that you have zero clue what's going on in the world. Those are the same people that believe there's a faucet that Trump can turn on, that water starts flowing from Northern California to Southern California. Those are those same people who are like, well, Trump said they just should have turned on the faucet and then the fires would have been put out if the faucet was turned on. These are those people, the people that believe there's some giant faucet somewhere that Gavin Newsom is refusing to turn on.
Yes, sir. We're going to save over $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty.
No, we're not. No, we are not. I just want to read this. The only countries which have not ratified the Paris Climate Accords are sub-greenhouse gas emitters in the Middle East. Iran, with 2% of the world being the largest. Libya and Yemen. Oh, and us. That's not a group of people you want to be in. Like, can we, Iran, Libya, Yemen, and us, like, isn't Yemen's involved? Oh my God, I don't even, well, that's another, I don't have time to get into Yemen, but like, we should be ashamed of ourselves. Truly effing ashamed. But he's got to pay back oil and gas. This is all part of it. He made a lot of promises that his mouth can't cash. We got to get on it. Oh, and I did this through some screenshots. So since executive orders like that he signed, I thought this was a good list of some of the important ones. Order giving him authority. Oh my God. This is Elon Musk. We got K-Hole himself with like a top security clearance. He signed an executive order basically giving whoever he wants top security clearance, I believe for like 6 months. Just whoever he wants, which I'm sure will be Elmo. And birthright citizenship to children born on U.S. soil if their parents are migrants. I'm not going to say that I might have family members who voted for themselves not to be citizens. I'm not saying that, but I'm not saying that because, so it would be funny if I had family members who voted for themselves to lose their citizenship. That would be downright hilarious. Rescind Biden's initiative to lower prescription drug costs through government negotiation. So the insulin stuff, the way we lowered the deficit, if you don't know, we saved billions of dollars negotiating with big pharma and forcing them to lower their prices. And Trump, oligarch, lobbyist, like extraordinaire, rescinded that so they can overcharge us in Medicare and Medicaid for pharmaceuticals again. Abolish the office that monitors AI companies. That's for Elon. There's a gift for Elon Musk to ensure safe, secure, and trustworthy development. Abolish the office that monitors AI companies. I wonder if the tech bros asked for that. What do you guys think? Putting people over fish. This is just a lie. Remember, he keeps talking about the smelt and saying if they just turn on the faucet, this is it, which is supposed to divert water from Northern California to Southern California based on a right-wing conspiracy. He's signing executive orders based on lies in his head. That's what now. We're just making up lies. Yeah. And also we need to mail everyone in California a rake. Because if everyone had just raked their property a little harder, these fires never would have happened. Great point. That was a funny comment. Yeah, exactly. If only we had turned on that giant faucet that does not exist and everyone raked their leaves, then when the hurricane force winds came, and no planes could fly to drop any water on the fires, I'm sure it would have been fine because we had turned the faucet on and we were raking. Everything. Oh my God. I have some really funny clips. Trump did a press conference yesterday. And he's like, people's sprinklers didn't work. And how are you going to put out the fire without sprinklers? And I'm like, the man thinks now that people's sprinkler systems are putting out fires. I have some things to read. Thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate the $20. You're amazing. Keep it up. Thank you, Maxwell. I will. And Angela says, hi, please. It's who. Thank you for keeping us going. Trump talk is dead to me. I know. It's so sad. It's going to be polluted. I'm watching you on YouTube now. I know. I have the YouTube chat open. More people than ever in the YouTube chat. It's awesome. I'm so glad. But that's what we need to do. We need to stop relying on one social media platform. So when it's ruined, it's not going to be as traumatic as it was when it was shut off on Saturday. We got a detox. TikTok ban delayed 75 days. I don't know why he didn't just make it 90, because 90-day pause on all foreign aid. Cool. I'm still waiting for you to end the Ukraine war. Transgender people shall not be permitted in the military. And we'll talk about some more specifics on these later. All remote work for federal employees is terminated. Even though, remember the statistical analysis I went through with you guys on telework? Telework makes employees more productive. You get a wider talent pool. By every measure, companies that use telework have better results. But that's how they're going to force. Oh, I'll get to that. That's how they're going to force the federal workforce to quit. This is Schedule F. This is the plan. If they can't work from home, they'll quit. Yeah, I went through a whole statistical analysis of telework. I could look it up again. And I have so many, if you guys could see how many statistical analyses I have saved. Federal telework benefit analysis. I found it pretty easily. Hold on. Okay. Average productivity increases 3 to 7% across federal agencies implementing telework. Sick leave usage decreased by 31%. These are our tax dollars. It's making our tax dollars worth more, just to be clear. Sick leave usage decreased by 31%. Unscheduled absences reduced by 24%. Real estate cost reduction, $1.9 billion annual savings. That's our tax dollars. Average savings per teleworking employee, $11,000 annually. Transit subsidy savings, $289 million government-wide. Utility cost reduction in federal buildings, 23% average decrease. So I could go on. I put this in the Discord and we went through this, but the point is, the only reason to get rid of telework, it's positive in every way. It saves us money. It improves workers' morale, longevity, retention rates, everything. But they want to fire the federal workforce so they can install Trump loyalists. And this is how they're doing it. I missed one screen. Oh, this. I see what you guys are saying. Okay, hold on. But let me just finish this one at the bottom. And we'll get more on this later. Revoke John Bolton's security clearance. Imagine hating John Bolton so much that you literally are. If you guys don't know, I don't want to get it wrong, but someone tried to unalive him. There's a plot on his life and Secret Service protection. That's why he has Secret Service protection. I feel like it's an Iranian, he was in intelligence. Yeah, someone from Iran or something is trying to unalive, paid a paid person to off him. And we're talking about intelligence level stuff. This is a professional. That's why he had Secret Service. And Trump's like, you got this. Fare thee well. And I have more clips and we'll get into more detail on this. But I will say, I think this is the grossest thing of all. The cancel the resettlement in the U.S. of 1,660 Afghans, some of whom are family members of active duty U.S. service. These are people that served that worked for the U.S. military that are compromised, that could be basically retaliated against by the Taliban. These unaccompanied minors are among these people that are supposed to be resettled in the United States. It's absolutely vile. Like, I think like they were like on their way here. They're like, nope, get out of here. It's beyond effed up. Remove regulations on the oil and gas industry for those billions. Deregulate oil and gas, just like he promised. Remember when you guys, MAGA, where are you when I was saying this and you said that I was fear-mongering? Where are you, MAGA? Where are you? Why isn't Trump draining the swamp? It's the weirdest thing. That is exactly the opposite of everything that you said was going to happen. Everything. This is Project 2025. To the book, by the book. We said, remember when you guys were like, stop fear mongering about Mustache Man? Now we got the richest man in the world doing Sieg Heils. And you guys are you guys have been literally, I hate to say it, and I was going to wait longer to say it, but you guys have been wrong about everything. Everything. And the cost of it is egregious. We're going to lose our country because you guys can't think. Like, I also, education has failed you. And as a teacher, that's partially my fault. That's why I'm here I didn't do a good job the first time in second grade. So I'm back for round 2. Don't worry. Stick with me. You're going to figure out how to do math and statistical analysis and things that will help you figure out who's stealing from you. Now, here is your first lesson. It's not immigrants. They don't have your money. The U.S. government will only recognize 2 genders for all purposes, including passports. Oh, I can't even. You know what the most disturbing part about this? Well, it's not the most. I shouldn't have. It is definitely not the most disturbing, but like, Caitlyn Jenner is driving me nuts. Like, if you pose for one more picture at Mar-a-Lago or at the inauguration, like, your entire existence has not just been invalidated. I don't understand what's happening there. Like, I do not understand what Caitlyn Jenner is doing. Okay, we went over that one. Oh, I did take a screenshot. Here we go. What would you say you're doing? If you had to really tell us, Caitlyn, what are you up to? Like, this is like the example of like when you get super rich, you're just like, oh, not me. I guess if we're just marginalizing and erasing the trans community, everyone but me. Like, I can't. And then she's talking about running for governor of California. Like, oh my God.
President Trump, if the cartels are now going to be seen as foreign terror organizations, would you think about ordering U.S. Special Forces into Mexico to take them out?
Could happen. Stranger things have happened.
Sadly, I agree with David. Stranger things have happened. Oh, do you guys remember when, Macca, do you remember when we were saying this was going to happen and you said we were fear-mongering? I could do this all day. Like, all of the things that MAGA said was never going to happen that are happening.
President Trump, if the cartels are now going to be seen as foreign terror organizations, would you think about ordering U.S. Special
I just played that. I must have put it in twice.
ICE raids starting tomorrow in major cities.
What does that mean?
Can we expect ICE raids in major cities?
I don't want to say when, but it's going to happen. Has to happen, or we're not going to have a country left.
This is actually.
And if you notice today, which I was posting about it and I was sending messages to the Discord, they're supposed to happen like tomorrow. And Trump's talking about if local officials resist The DOJ is going to investigate them. This was announced. Oh, wait. Actually, I think I have a screenshot to show you guys. I got to show you guys the hypocrisy of this. The immigration raid hypocrisy knows no bounds. First of all, I think one of the funniest parts of this hypocrisy is that the guy who's talking about the hypocrisy, because Pam Bondi hasn't been confirmed yet, right? So she's not responsible for this. You know who it is? Emil Bove, who is Trump's defense lawyer that lost in the Stormy Daniels case. I just can't. Good. Oh, you brought the Stormy Daniels crew to the Department of Justice. Cool. Actually, I shouldn't complain because he's actually he's probably one of the most qualified people. So we really shouldn't be complaining. This is today. Justice Department says it will prosecute local officials over immigration enforcement. Now, what is the giant amount of hypocrisy here? Whatever happened to states' rights, brother? Do you guys remember that? The party of no federal government, states' rights. Let the states decide. States' rights, brother. It's states' rights to disenfranchise black and brown people and take their ability to vote with voter ID laws. States' rights. States' rights to have well-regulated militias to bring back runaway slaves. That was states' rights. But the minute they get in power in the federal government, they have no idea what states' rights are. Nope. We're going to use the full force of the federal government. If you are a libertarian on the right, not a left libertarian, which I probably qualify as, but a right libertarian, the hypocrisy of what the Republican Party has become should drive you left. There are left libertarians. Just ask Noam Chomsky. Like, this is a joke. These people are a joke. And I just want to read. There was a quote that stood out to me and really annoyed me. These people, the states' rights party that doesn't recognize the federal government and wants to cede from the union, that party is literally saying, oh, wrote that we're using the supremacy clause of the Constitution and other legal authorities we're not naming here requires state and local actors to comply with the executive branch's immigration enforcement initiatives. If this was happening in red states, they would say states' rights, brother. Has anyone noticed that these raids are concentrated in blue cities? Has anyone clocked that yet? Why don't you guys go where the red people wanted you to round up all the brown people? Why don't you guys go there and crash their economies? Some of us understand that undocumented workers are fueling our economy and paying into our Social Security. Some of us can do math. I understand that they are supplementing our economy and it will crash if we take them away because I can count. Federal law, this is the part that really drives me nuts. Federal law prohibits state and local actors from resisting, obstructing, and otherwise failing to comply with lawful immigration commands. Okay. The Republican hypocrisy knows no bounds. The people of small government have a message for us. Like, you guys are a joke. Someone I would love next time I debate, I can't wait to ask people about how you guys are for small government. You guys wouldn't know small government if you in the face. It's a joke. Sorry, I'm just trying to determine where I left off. Oh, here with Caitlyn Jenner. This executive, we'll get through this. We don't need to go through all these, but all of this annoys me.
President Trump, the cartels are now going to be seen as...
Oh, we are way past this. There were 2 of these. We're on the 3rd. Oh, yeah, we're here. Oh, yeah, I hate we don't need to listen to this.
This next order relates to the definition of birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment of the United States.
That's a good one. Birthright. That's a big one.
What about that one in the court? That one is likely to be found.
Could be. I think we have good grounds, but you could be right. I mean, you'll find out.
You don't have good grounds. But then again, I don't believe, like, if there's one thing we know about the conservative majority on the Supreme Court, they don't care about precedent. Even if they say they care about precedent, like, they'll do something else in the end. So, I mean, I don't know if it matters. You don't have good grounds, but will that matter? If you want to read more about this is the executive order that ends birthright citizenship. And basically notice, like, Trump has children that only have like one parent who was born in the United States. That's fine. Those kids can stay, right? But if you have two parents that weren't born in the United States, you're no longer a citizen. And let me just help MAGA through this, because I know, like, most of you believe that you're not part of bigotry or some social engineering plot. Yes, we can use impact studies and statistical analysis to know that this will disproportionately affect and remove brown and black people from our country. And crash our economy. But I mean, who cares? Everything will be fine. Oh, we don't need to go through all of this, but if you want to read more, I put this Guardian article in that kind of goes through birthright citizenship. The thing that's annoying me most is Trump's like, nobody does this. Pretty much every country in the Americas does birthright citizenship. And then there's like, actually, did I put the map in here? I had a map. And I like to use I like Latin. I took Latin. What is the legal basis for birthright citizenship? Like, there's there's just solely, which basically means that people born in England were natural subjects, right? And then what is the other one? Oh my God, now my brain is stopping. Which means right of the soil, right? You're born there, you're born on the soil of the land, you get to stay. And then there's the other one, what is the other one? It basically means inherited. Like, you inherited your right to be there. And that's a birthright. Sanguinis, thank you. Which means blood. And that's an inherited right. It means your parents were here, so you inherit, like, through blood, inherited bloodlines, you have the right to be a citizen here. Yeah, sanguinis is Latin, right? The root of French for blood. Blood. What does Trump say? Oh, and I just said this, but this is, if you want to screenshot this is what it is. It's if you don't have two parents, right? Signed on Monday, tries to make it so that children born in the U.S. but without at least one parent who's a lawful permanent resident or U.S. citizen are no longer automatically extended U.S. citizenship. So, don't worry. And this is my fact check on Trump's lies. See the green? These are countries that have unrestricted birthright citizenship. And then the red has restricted forms of birthright citizenship. So, yeah. He's like, nobody does this anywhere ever. Just everyone on the continents of the Americas, but no big deal. Nobody ever has done this except all the people that we see here that are very clearly doing this because Trump's a pathological liar. And we have to deal with it every single day of our lives. Thank you, Rachel. You're amazing. Thank you for the hearts and the $10. Oh, and this is, if you want to screenshot this, these are the countries specifically of unrestricted birthright citizenship in the world. Pretty much everywhere around here. Because, the point is Europeans stole the Americas from indigenous people. You stole this land. So pretty much anyone born here, in my opinion, the least they can do is birthright citizenship. It's not yours anyway. The difference between, I did take a screenshot just solely in sanguinis, right? One is born on the soil, one is by blood inherited. If you didn't hear this, Tom Scary Immigration Raid Homan is saying that they will go in schools and take children or something. This is an episode of Taken at this point.
If and when ICE went into a school to arrest someone, that would be highly contentious, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. But then again, what's our national security worth?
Yep. Absolutely. But when you really think about it, can't we snatch a few kids from schools? Is what he literally just said. As if we haven't traumatized kids enough with constant mass unalive eggs at their schools. Hey, don't worry. Don't worry, kids. I wonder why you've given up your will to succeed in American society. We're just going to do ICE raids now, too. On top of the mass tragedies, we're just going to do a few immigration raids while you guys try to learn. And then we're going to wonder why you guys aren't learning or why you guys are all anxious.
ICE went into a school to arrest someone. That would be highly contentious, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. But then again, what's our national security worth? Yep. I mean, if we had a national security vulnerability that we know is a national security risk and we got to walk on a college campus to get them, that's something we have to do.
A college camp. That's not even what they were talking about. But I just want to say, this is what they're going to do because kids of undocumented immigrants go to schools, right? And then they're going to find them, follow them home, or grab them. This is how they're going to try to locate adults, is by finding the kids. And I know I've been harping on Chris Murphy, but he's been doing such a great job. I feel like he's like whack-a-mole, just like batting down stupid things. And that's why I keep playing his clips.
Now, you've been incredibly critical of one of what will be the main tools of Trump's plan to execute on mass deportations in the Laken-Riley Act. But how do you and Democrats at all levels of government respond to this dangerous legislation and message against it in a way that doesn't feed into the trap that Donald Trump really wants to set for Democrats and pushing a false narrative, as he always has, and again, that Democrats are allowing in violent criminals into this country, rather than the fact that Donald Trump's deportation plan would be devastating for communities, our economy, and is just incredibly immoral?
Yeah, listen, simply, you just have to call bullshit. Like right off the bat, right? Their agenda is not fixing the immigration system. Their agenda is chaos, right? Because they use this issue to gin up fear, to make us believe that, folks who don't speak the same language as us or come from a different country from us are our enemies. Because they don't have any proactive agenda. Because if they just make all of us really scared of each other, then nobody will notice when they use government to steal from us, to enrich their billionaires.
If we're all really paranoid that brown people are up to something, maybe we won't notice when all these rich people are robbing us blind. Yeah, I could not agree more. And let's continue. Actually, he doesn't really explain in this clip. I could not agree more. He's right. I think I actually included some things in here. This is from Cory Booker. But if you want to know how to combat the Laken-Riley Act, everything in it was already illegal, first off. It's just this is propaganda. And if you say, oh, some of this makes no sense and is really scary. Oh, you don't support doing something about the person that unalived Laken-Riley. Here's what I heard Laken-Riley's parents saying. Please stop saying her name and using her as a political cudgel. And then Republicans went and did it again. Vile. I actually can follow instructions. I feel bad I even said her name right there. They literally asked you all to stop, and you're still doing it. Shame. Also, everything was already illegal. But if you don't know what's really messed up about the Laken-Riley Act, it's never-ending detention. If you want me, and I say this all the time, when you read this stuff, follow the money. If you, what was it, HR 2, that one immigration bill that was passed by the House, if you read it, that was a money grab for private prisons. And I would say that so is the Laken-Riley Act. Who is profiting, right? Don't worry about all this smoke and mirrors, and because none of that is going to help fix our broken immigration system. Notice they have not said one thing about fixing the actual broken immigration system yet. Nothing. This is all BS. But who could profit off this? The unlawful, undetermined length of detention for whoever they feel like. Private prisons, private detention centers, for-profit prisons is what I'm trying to say. This is a money grab. Oh, we're just gonna house people for indeterminate amounts of times in for-profit prisons, and we're gonna need you to build more for-profit prisons. And we're really going to pack people in there. And then we're going to make it okay. And then we're going to turn them into work camps, just like it's legal. The last place slavery and cheap labor. Well, it's slave labor. I shouldn't call it. I mean, some people are getting paid like cents on the dollar. So cheap and slave labor is legal in America. Prisons. It's almost like you think we're stupid.
Leader that you plan to meet, or who you're going to call tomorrow in your first day?
I've already been meeting people. I've been meeting them. I've been talking to him. I met with Prime Minister Trudeau, like all Governor Trudeau. I met with numerous foreign leaders. Go ahead,
sir. Leader that you.
I think this is so funny. Okay, so listen to this Canadian MP.
Well, Donald Trump, you're a disgrace as a human being. I'm sorry. You may have gotten the presidency, but you're a disgrace. You're a convicted felon. You're a pervert. You treat your allies with absolute disdain while you kiss up to Putin. Here's the thing. We are your best neighbor. We are your best ally. We are your number one trading partner, but we won't break, Donald, because you think your grifter politics can push us around. And we will continue to defend the international world order. We will continue to work with NATO. We will continue to work with Ukraine. So, Donald, I know this is a big diversion exercise for you to change the channels in the United States, but you're going to have to explain to the American people very quickly why you brought in so many grifters and crooks with you. The American people aren't going to put up with it, and the Canadian people, we will never put up with it. Anytime, Donald, anywhere, we will take you on.
Love this man. What's his name? Like Charlie Angus, I think. I love this man. I could not get enough. One time I heard him comparing like being neighbors with the United States, like when you live like in apartments and your neighbor has like METH lab. He's like, he's not wrong. He's hilarious. Yeah, he said, catch me outside, which we know from Nancy Mace, that could mean anything, in fairness. You know what I'm saying? You could be meeting outside to have a civil conversation, as James Comer explained. Catch me outside could mean anything.
What are you thinking on tariffs on Mexico, given these actions you're signing on the border?
Well, we're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
When do you think you would enact those?
I think February 1st.
Are you planning on keeping notice of that?
I think we'll do it February 1st.
25% on both, sir?
Sir, on each.
On each, yes.
When do you think Trump's going to learn to pronounce that illicit substance correctly? Like, for the love of God. But the reason I played that clip is to show you guys my spiritual leader, President of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, is selling "Make America Mexicana Again" hats, and like I just can't. Like, this woman is the most amazing person. Remember when I showed you that clip of her with the map and being like, we're going to annex America, like trolling Trump after he said that? Yeah, you can buy these. You can look it up. They're for sale on the internet. I was looking it up. Yeah, like Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo is completely amazing. She's just trolls. Trump says something messed up, and then she's like, yeah, I'm going to start selling hats because you're an idiot. Now we're just selling hats. This woman is my spirit animal. Meanwhile, Justin Trudeau's like, oh, like I'm gonna walk down to Mar-a-Lago and just beg you to and let you embarrass me and make up lies about what we talked about. This is how you handle Trump. Just whatever he's doing, just mock him endlessly. I love her. We should all get those. I actually might buy one. But like seeing red hats like triggers me. Do you know what I mean? When you see someone in a red hat from behind, you're like, Like, and then sometimes it'll be like something completely different, and it's like, oh, okay, sorry, I was trying to get around you. I was scared. So I don't want to be one of those people that's like triggering people's PTSD. Oh, they make different colors, even better. That's what I'll be doing. Thank you, Joseph. Keep up the great work. Thank you for sharing all the knowledge. Your hard work is very impressive. I know this stuff takes me forever, but it's worth it, right? Thank you so much for the $50. You're amazing, Joseph. Okay, did I play this one? No.
He liked me, I liked him. We got along very well. They thought that was a tremendous threat. Now, he is a nuclear power, but we got along. I think he'll be happy to see him coming back. And I think he has tremendous condo capability. He's got a lot of shoreline.
Thank you, sir.
Friendly with him. He liked
I'm just
me, I
going to
liked
guess.
him.
Do you know?
We got
Wait,
along
hold
very
on.
well.
Why can't I turn this off?
They thought.
Sorry. I don't know why that just happened. But do you guys know who he's talking about when he's saying he has a lot of shoreline? And this is something I noticed. Trump is like the whole reason Trump's president, well, one is revenge, which I think is primary, but two is just grifting and then making money, like developing condos and high rises. That's why he's saying he has a lot of shoreline. He's talking about, no, he says the same thing about Gaza a little later, but he's talking about North Korea. He's talking about, that's why, which makes more sense now. He's thinking North Korea is this undeveloped real estate that I could turn into something. That's what he's saying. He's like, oh yeah, like North Korea, man, I could really make that something. Like, he's talking about commercial real estate development in North Korea, musing about it on Inauguration Day. Like, I could do so much with that. Like, this man is nuts. And then he says the same thing about Gaza too, which, did I not show you guys that? I was like, this is a ploy. He's like, oh, it's been leveled. There's nothing there. We're going to have to develop it. We got to make something out of that. Like, who knows? Like, got to figure out something to do. It's so convenient. Why does that keep happening? Sorry, sometimes the casting times out. I'm tired of Trump's executive orders. I want to make sure I'm not missing any. And then I want to move on to J6. I think I'm here.
Option that would satisfy you.
About what?
Greenland, instead of buying it.
Finland?
Greenland.
Oh, Greenland. Greenland is a wonderful place. We need it for international security. And I'm sure that Denmark will come along. I think it's costing them a lot of.
I should have put one of these clips in there, but there are all these clips floating around on X of like people in Denmark's like parliament just being like, you Trump, like just on the floor giving speeches, just dragging Trump. It's crazy.
Wanted to maintain it, to keep it. The people of Greenland are not happy with Denmark, as you know. I think they're happy with us. We had representatives by.
No, it's not supposed to be inhabitable, just to be clear, Jeff. We're stealing the natural resources. Again, he keeps saying, like, we need it. The lie is for strategic purposes. The reason that all of this, like the panic over the Arctic region, is because it's melting. Like, what you have to understand about climate crisis is that's what big oil wants. They are trying to melt the polar ice cap to the north, because underneath it is untold mineral deposits, right? Have you ever thought about the line of logic of why do all these people want to die when they must have all these scientists at their disposal saying, like, hey, this is a really bad idea? They're trying to melt the polar ice cap in the Arctic so that they can get to those minerals. Like, I mean, what, like that, and now that's why you hear him talking about it. There's this like Arctic Security Council, and that's what they've been jockeying over, like Russia, European countries, the ones that all touch the Arctic region, about who is going to control those minerals under the ground. Oh, shipping lanes, whatever. Who cares? Yeah, there's more cruise ships going through there than anything else. Like, this is about the minerals under the ground. And we're not going to see them. It's not like Trump's like, hey, I'm going to steal you guys Greenland, then everyone gets universal health care. Like, this is just about corporations and oligarchs getting richer. We're not getting it. We don't get anything. We just pay taxes. We pay their taxes. We fund the military so they can do whatever they want. We're just the worker bees. And that's the nicest way of saying it.
You said you would end the Russia-Ukraine war on your first day in office.
Yeah, and then we got to pay for Elon Musk to play around with his toy spaceships and go to Mars. That's our tax dollars too. I'd rather have healthcare personally and free university, and free childcare.
You said you would end the Russia-Ukraine war on your first day in office. Where do things stand right now, and how do you intend?
Well, this is only half a day. I have another half a day left. We'll see.
Through him, they're like, you haven't ended the Ukraine war. This was Monday. He's like, hey, I have half a day left. Yeah, still going on. Last I checked, still going on. Putin's made an alliance with Xi, and still going on. North Koreans still fighting in Kursk. Still happening. And you know what this is? This is a montage that Rod Filipkowski posted that I thought was hilarious. It's Trump saying he's going to end the Ukraine war.
War in Ukraine in 24 hours.
Yes, I do.
How would you do that?
I know Zelensky very well.
I'll end that war between those two countries in 24 hours. It won't even take that long. I will get the war ended. I'll stop all of those lives from being wasted and lost. And there'll be no more bombing of Ukraine. There'll be no more bombing of Russia. And everybody will be happy.
It can be negotiated, I think, within 24 hours. It really has to be done from the office of the president. And you have to get them both in a room. And there are things you can say to each one of them, which I won't reveal now, which will guarantee that this war will end immediately.
What is going on right here with him? Why? Remember when he started filming himself like in the dark and was like burnt orange? God, I forgot about this period of Trump. This was a bad one. This was whoever was doing the styling back then. And the lighting. Now he does the lighting from underneath. It looks like hell has opened up and the flames of hell are lighting his face. That's also a choice. We all make choices. Thank you so much for the $10. Keep the receipts coming. You are brilliant. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys so much. I can only do this because of your guys' support. And I love it. I love getting to sit alone in my house. And I mean that genuinely. It's my favorite.
And that to get it solved, I can do it in 24 hours. I know both players, and I can do that in 24 hours. But you can only do it from the office of the president. You need that seat. You need what's tailed in that seat. And I would have that done in 24 hours. It wouldn't even be tough. I know what to say to each of them, and there's no way they would reject it.
I will end that war in one day. It'll take 24 hours. I would have a deal done in 24 hours from the time we started. And I would tell Zelensky something, and I would tell Putin something, and I'd get him into a room, and I'd tell him again and again. I would have a deal done.
And Trump, it's not looking good. We weren't so used to your lies and broken promises. We might be let down by this.
Confident are you, Mr. President, that you can keep the ceasefire in Gaza and conclude the 3 phases of this deal?
I'm not confident. That's not our war. It's their war. But
I'm not confident. That's not our war. That's their war. How often did you hear him saying, oh, this would never have happened if I was there. I'd handle this right away. Don't you worry. I'll figure this out. That's not our war. It's their war. Well, we've been sending them weapons. You've been saying we weren't sending them enough and they needed more support. So I'm very confused. But really, again, this is he just sees this as a commercial real estate development opportunity. It's exactly what we thought. It's a money grab.
I'm not confident, but I think they're very weakened on the other side.
Do you support the 3 states?
Gaza, boy, I looked at a picture of Gaza. Gaza is like a massive demolition site. That place it's really got to be rebuilt in a different way.
Do you plan to help rebuilding Gaza?
I might. You know,
I might. I haven't divested from any of my companies and profiting obscenely off things. I might. I might have had my eye on developing the West Bank.
Gaza is interesting. It's a phenomenal location. On the sea, best weather. You know, everything.
Trump, here comes a resort, a Trump resort. It's on the sea, the best weather. Never thought about this before.
Things good. It's like some beautiful things could be done with it, but it's very interesting.
He sounds like an interior decorator. Like we're talking about a G-side. And he's like, oh, we could do some beautiful things with the curtains. Yeah. Oh, this was always about development. This was always about a G-side and then like, oh, let's build some condos and a resort. It'll be beautiful. Like, it'll be amazing. What could go wrong?
The U.S. essentially would be paid for doing that half of the value of TikTok.
Would there be a private sector owner as well?
Could be, yeah, could be a lot. Tell you what, every rich person has called me about TikTok.
You wanted to block TikTok. Why did you change your mind?
Because I got to use it. And remember, TikTok is largely about kids, young kids. If China's going to get information about young kids, I don't know. I think, to be honest with you, I think we have bigger problems than that. But
we had to listen for years about the CCP. The CCP is coming. We got to do something. Now he's like, hey, if they're just like incepting kids' minds, we got bigger problems. Like, let's just let Xi incept some children's. I mean, again, if they cared about any of this, we could just get data privacy laws. But the tech oligarchs would not appreciate that. They couldn't sell our metadata anymore.
But, you know, when you take a look at telephones that are made in China and all the other things that are made in China, military equipment made in China, TikTok, I think TikTok is not their biggest problem. But there's big value in TikTok if it gets approved. If it doesn't get approved, there's no value. So if we create that value, why aren't we in?
You hear that, Queen's mob boss? He's holding, the reason it's not back in the App Store, he's holding them hostage. Do you hear the Queen's mob boss in this? That's what he's doing. He's just sending a message like, I'm holding you hostage. You owe me something. Give it to me.
And then all the other things that are made in China, military equipment made in China. TikTok, I think TikTok is not their biggest problem. But there's big value in TikTok if it gets approved. If it doesn't get approved, there's no value. So if we create that value, why aren't we entitled to like half?
Sir,
the old Queen's mob boss strikes again. Give me my cut. Or else, where's the money? And that's why subscribe on YouTube, follow me on Twitch. We're live on both there. The chats are popping in both. So again, we need to stop our dependence on TikTok because it's soon going to be an S show. I do remember Tom Cotton, we were like faxing his office because he denied the Democratic TikTok extension that Senator Markey put forward. Well, he has yet to have the guts to call out Trump over this. What will very courageous Tom Cotton say about this? Not one damn thing. Tom is done complaining about this now because he's more afraid of Trump than the CCP. I love that. It's so true. Tom Cotton's gotten real quiet. He was running his mouth there for a second. All of a sudden, I have not heard a word out of that man.
You might be insulted.
It's an executive order relating to holding former government officials accountable for unlawful disclosure of sensitive information. This next one, sir, is a declaration of a
Unlawful disclosure of sensitive information. Some would say that could be taking classified documents and then showing them to Australian billionaires, information about secret nuclear subs. Some could say that would qualify as this, but this is Trump going after the J6 committee, I assume. It's absolutely absurd. I know. Remember, the CCP was the greatest danger. Now Trump's like, I love Xi. We're all going to work together. 2 years ago, when this live started, I showed you that he, last Friday, was like, just got off the phone with Xi. We're great friends, and we're looking forward to doing so much work together. Oh, this is what I was talking about. Remember, I was like, please understand the scariest part about declaring a national energy emergency. It's all for oil and gas. It's to allow them to pollute, to do whatever they want to do, to drill, to pull cheap energy out of the ground. Trump has killed the wind farms. All of this is promises to oil and gas. Even Jimmy Carter. Oh, wait, I think I have this information. Yes, I did. Trump plans to declare a national energy emergency. What does that mean? And this article is in the outline today. Yeah, well, this stuff is less important. I've already said all this. A national energy emergency will unlock a variety of different authorities that will enable our nation to quickly build again, to produce coal. What year was Trump born? We're back in 1899. We're back at the goddamn railroads. We're producing coal again. Let's get the children into the mines, roll back the child labor laws, and get their tiny little hands in the coal mines. It'll be fine. We're producing coal and natural resources to create jobs, to create prosperity, and to strengthen our nation's natural security. Get the children in the mines immediately. But I thought I love the Brennan Center for Justice. It's a awesome think tank where really smart people are using their brains all the time. So, like I said, what plagued Jimmy Carter's presidency was a true energy crisis. If there was ever a time in our nation's history to say we are in an energy crisis and do this, it was during Jimmy Carter's presidency, and he didn't. Then President Jimmy Carter gave state governors, states' rats, the authority to suspend some environmental regulations as a result, but urged them to act with due care because of the implications for public health and suspend some rules only as a last resort. Trump is giving oil and gas, coal, apparently, and God knows who else, the right to do God knows what. Pollute. Here comes another freaking, what is going on that reservation in New Mexico? Is it like a methane spill? What is poisoning everyone? I can just clean coal. Exactly. Here comes the clean coal. It'll be fine, you guys. It's fine.
You talked about inflation today in your remarks.
What could go wrong with not regulating oil and gas? Nothing. I can't think of anything. It'll be fine.
What actions are you taking today that will have a direct impact for Americans on their everyday costs to bring the cost down?
The biggest thing
is scrub the coal. Exactly. The key is to scrub the coal. You got to know it's really clean. I think you're right.
Factor for inflation is energy. They screwed up my energy policy, and then they went back to it. They heard it really badly, and then they went back to it. And
again, Trump has no idea what the drivers of inflation are. Truly, he has never, ever answered this question effectively. He doesn't know what the drivers of inflation were in the pandemic. I also think he does not care. It does not matter to him. So anytime someone asks him about inflation, he says, drill, baby, drill. Scott Bessent even has better answers. That's his treasurer. Oh, again, and I just want to remind you guys, Russ Vought had his confirmation hearing today. That's what I was watching this morning. He's the scariest man in Trump's government. So I'm going to try to find as many clips of it as I can tonight so we can watch it. He's the director of the Office of Management and Budget. Truly, truly scary man. He wrote the chapter on consolidating power in the executive branch in Project 2025. He's someone we need to keep an eye on because he's scary. Oh, is it time for J6? I think it needs to be time for J6 because my brain is shutting down. Oh yeah. Oh, I don't even want to do this part. God, I hate this. Sorry in advance. Trigger warning is what I should have said. So sorry.
Playing in women. We don't want to have men playing in women's sports. We don't want to have transgender operations for everyone. And we just want to have a great country. Well,
Yeah, crazy delusional liar making up more lies. Like, okay, cool story, things that aren't happening. Remember that guy, the NCAA guy testified there's 10 transgender athletes in NCAA sports. Cool. Let's make sure we stigmatize people that are not causing a problem.
Women from radical gender ideologies. Women.
That's just him signing that bill. On day one, so this is from a publication called the 19th, like the 19th Amendment. On day one, Trump pits his administration against transgender people. This is a distraction, right? We know. I was showing you guys studies. A study just came out, and this is because they're saying like, oh, transgender children are going to school and getting surgeries. Obviously, that's a complete delusional lie. But a study came out. It's a joint study. It came out in JAMA, but I know it's like Harvard. Harvard's one of the people. They went through 5 million private insurance claims, I think, from 2018 to 2022, and less than 0.1% of people under 18 are being given either puberty blockers or hormones. Less than 0.1%. It's no one. Is what I'm trying to tell you. And let me just help you out with studies. If your data sample is 5 million, that's huge. And you looked at 5 million, your data set, it's 5 million cases, and it's 0.1%. You have discovered that something is a non-mother effing factor. And that's the point. Again, I don't care if it's a creepy man who statistically is much more likely to harass a woman, as we well know. I'm more in danger from white males than I am from immigrants, than I am from the transgender community. We are all clear on that. Now, it is illegal for a man to harass a woman anywhere. Illegal. Contact the police. It's illegal for 6 koalas in a trench coat to harass someone. In a bathroom, near a bathroom, anywhere in life, all of this stuff is illegal. All of this is a weird distraction that never ends. That's why they love Margarine and Nancy Mace yelling about problems that do not exist. And what we do know is another study I've taken you guys through, if you're just new to this, is that who is likely to be attacked? And I'm talking now about children under 18. There's a study that I took us through one day saying that children who did not have access to the bathroom of which of their preferred gender identity were, I think, much more likely to be attacked. I don't want to make up a percentage I can't remember. Those are the people in danger. Trump has placed everyone in danger. Do you know what this bill does, this executive order? Let me share with you the truly scary part about this, or that stuff. Okay. Trump wants to reestablish multiple policies regarding trans Americans that were in place during his first term, including housing trans people in federal prisons based on their sex assigned at birth. He wants to put trans women in the male prison population. Tell me again how they're trying to protect people. Like, this is a joke. Tell me that story again, how you're protecting people. You're not. You're making people sitting ducks. It's the same thing that study said, basically. When children are not allowed to go into the bathroom of their preferred gender identity, they're more likely to be attacked and harassed. Same thing as sending trans women in the male prison population. Sitting ducks. I just find all of this vile. I suggest everyone It's also trying to block surgeries he believes are happening in federal prisons. You cannot get a tooth removed. People have heart attacks and are left in their cells, and maybe they make it, maybe they don't. If you're under the impression that anyone in a federal prison is being given real medical care, then you should have a father who's in prison or date someone in prison, because you have no idea what's going on in the prison system. You can't get health care there. Certainly not. Like, the fact that MAGA believes this stuff, again, I don't want to say it, but I don't think a lot of your brains work very well. It makes no sense. Actually, I'm not going to go through that, but I would. Yeah, if you want to look up this executive order, this is it. Defending women. I hate these titles. The Republicans do anything but defend women. I just want to be clear. The Republicans' conservative policy does the opposite of defending women. Okay? It makes us vulnerable to attack. That's what, and unalivings. That's what conservative policy does. Please never claim you're defending women again. Oh yeah, this one. This is just another someone. Oh, I love Elizabeth Landers. She's a journalist. She was pointing out the executive order where Trump just gets to choose random people and give them top security clearances for 6 months, whoever he wants. Trump just gets to point at people and say, you get a security clearance, you get a security clearance, you get a security clearance. We're almost to 400K. Keep tapping the screen. I so appreciate you guys. Trump also wants to pull us out of the World Health Organization. I mean, this goes back, like, if I'm talking about how Republicans don't care about women, this goes back. The World Health Organization, this is connected to the United Nations, which we primarily fund. This tracks things like maternal mortality rates, which since the AB bans in America, they don't want to track because ours is rising. We're like the highest in the developed world for women unaliving in pregnancy. I'm just giving you one example. You know, like, they do polio research, they develop the flu vaccine. Like, this is crazy. And then this is the government website offering reproductive health information. It went dark on Trump's inauguration day. This website gave this, I went and screenshot it. I checked today. It's still not there. They don't want this. This website used to tell people, like, hey, if you're using the Affordable Care Act, these are the types of birth control that insurance has to pay for, right? Or, you know, it would give you all sorts of information like that. Reproductiverights.org. I mean, sorry, .gov, not .org. .gov. Gone. Don't let women find out information. Welcome to fascism. Oh, I did. So these are just examples of what it used to do. It was launched in 2022, contained information on access to ABs and reproductive health care, and a Know Your Rights patient fact sheet. Reproductive health care, including access to birth control and safe and legal AB care, is an essential part of your health and well-being. So it just gave people information. And then this is probably the grossest part. Trump repeals rule allowing transgender troops in the military. Gross. And this is what I was talking about. This is all a lot when he's talking about repealing rules. If you're interested in all the things he rolled back, which I think are probably worse, this is all the suggestions from Project 2025. Executive orders Biden made to protect, basically undid. It's really gross. And you can, I don't know why this is getting choppy. 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 Okay, there we go. Can you guys hear me now? Can you guys hear me now? Okay, there. I was just I've been talking to myself. Oh my God. I just had I didn't even realize I just had a conversation with myself. Okay, well, I literally just had a conversation. I'm so glad you guys didn't hear that. I mean, all I was doing was talking about this stuff, but I literally just realized I was talking to myself. I don't know what just happened. All of a sudden, a button just popped up and it's like, continue the live. And I was like, what? So, anyways, I went to see, I talked about 2 slides just talking to myself. If you want to look at all of the executive orders that have been rolled back, like that Biden put in place to protect marginalized groups' rights and combat climate crisis and other things that Trump did away with, this is the executive order you should look at. And you can just look through them and just see advancing racial equality and support for underserved communities through the federal government. We got to do away with that. That's gross. Can't be supporting underserved communities. That's disgusting. Preventing and combating discrimination on the basis of gender identity or sexual orientation. Ew. Why would we do that? That's gross. Protecting public health and the environment and restoring science to tackle climate crisis. Get rid of it. Gross. Revision of civil immigration enforcement and ensuring an equitable pandemic response. No, let's make sure it's rich people first. Establishing the COVID-19 pandemic testing board. Yeah, let's get rid of science. All of these, if you look, enabling all qualified Americans to serve their country in uniform. That's the one you think it is, that says transgender people can't serve in the military anymore. But if you look, this is what I think the real crime is. And this is why Biden wrote so many executive orders, because you could see exactly what Trump's intent is with what he repealed. This is Project 2025 BS to a T. Tell me again how I was fear-mongering about Project 2025 and none of it's real. I've completely lost my patience. But again, if you want to read all these, you can. And I just screenshotted a few. This is the one, lowering prescription drug costs for Americans. It was helping us lower the deficit, but Trump's clearly in bed with Big Pharma, so no more of that.
And tonight I'm going to be signing on the J6 hostages, pardons to get them out. And as soon as I leave, I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people.
There just are no words for this. I think we are all speechless, but yeah, I mean, just when you thought it can't get any worse, truly, this man is gross. This is JD Vance, and this was 2 weeks ago.
As President Trump says there's a process. Where is the line drawn on who will and wouldn't be considered for a pardon?
I think it's very simple. Look, if you protested peacefully on January the 6th and you've had Merrick Garland's Department of Justice treat you like a gang member, you should be pardoned. If you committed violence on that day, obviously you shouldn't be pardoned. And there's a little bit of a gray area there, but we're very much committed to seeing the equal administration of law. And there are a lot of people, we think, in the wake of January the 6th who were prosecuted unfairly. We need to rectify that.
Gross. JD Vance doesn't even know what's going on. This is the Proud Boys. This is them marching in DC.
We back.
Oopsies. Sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Prior to the pardons.
We back.
Sorry, Lola. I didn't mean to invite you. I was just following you. I really like your comment. That's sweet. She said someone asked her to cite a source and she cited me and it was totally accepted. That's true. I really don't say things that I don't have proof of. You know where that comes from, too? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that, Lola, but it's nice to meet you.
Can I just say, I really love you and appreciate you and all the work you do. I wouldn't be able to learn this on my own. The time, the work, your gorgeous, beautiful brain. Love you, girl.
Thank you so much. And that actually probably will keep me going for another 2 weeks. That is so sweet. Thank you. And your comment was so funny. It's true, though. Like, you know where I think this comes from is I just working in corporate America and so many men being like, how do you know that? Like, you have to be 200% correct about everything you're saying because people think women don't have brains. And especially when you're smarter than everyone else around you and it's annoying people. So I just got so used to like being like, oh, I have 20 sources. Like, if you ask me again how I know that, I'm going to make you feel embarrassed. Surprise. I wrote a book about it last night and I brought it here. I just wanted everyone to remember that this happened. I don't even know like what we should. I don't want to be playing these videos, but because I'm not even sure if we're allowed. But I find it very disturbing. Like, if I hear one more person denying J6, you guys demanded, MAGA, your embarrassing selves demanded having hours and hours of J6 footage released. There should be no doubt what happened, but I will take you on a journey, not through these videos, even though these are all available on the interweb for you to watch. If you ever forget that there was not violence at the Capitol, I'm sure you could just take yourself down memory lane and remember. But I love Aaron Reichlin Melnick. This man, he's actually an immigration expert. I would venture to say the smartest man in this country on immigration. He testifies at congressional hearings all the time and dog walks people. This man is a genius. If you do not follow him, I highly suggest you do. But he basically put together a thread on who we pardoned, right? And this way they're not videos, so I don't have to like get banned for playing them. Man who dragged officer into J6 mob gets more than 7 years. Full and unconditional pardon from Donald Trump. That's backing the blue. I'm not an expert, but are we backing the blue or are we not? I'm getting confused. Maryland man sentenced to prison for assaulting law enforcement during January 6th Capitol breach. Full and unconditional pardon. Again, this does not seem like the party of law and order. Man sentenced to 20 years for attacking police in J6 riot at U.S. Capitol. Full and unconditional pardon. Man insults judge who sentenced him to 12 years in prison for attacking police during Capitol riot. Full and unconditional pardon. Oh, Pam, are you talking about MAGA Granny? You don't recognize her? Do you not remember MAGA Granny? When she did a tour on TikTok lives, a bunch of people had her on their lives, like that we all know. Do you guys not remember? Like, I don't know what's in her heart, Pam Hemphill. I like that one. Yeah. If you like watched a lot of lives, I'll just say, do some research on her. I hope that she really is not just doing this for attention, but what basically happened was, and I'm just going to tell you, like, as an observer, because I never let her on my live for very specific, because I can do research. She was a 3%er, or at least claimed loyalty to them, and did some very, very horrible things to brown and black people. Said some very horrible things, was part of some very horrible things. And when she was on lives, I would say, like, do I think she deconstructed from all of that? No. And a lot of things happened that were not good. If you know this story, you know what I'm talking about. Like, and a bunch of BIPOC TikTok creators like did a bunch of research on her and what she had done, and it was bad. So I'm not saying she hasn't changed. I hope she has. Maybe she has. Maybe she's reading books. Like I have, like I've seen her several times. She's like a contributor on CNN. They call her up whenever they want to like talk about J6. I've seen her like 3 or 4 times on there, and I know she was on there last night. But like me personally, like unless you want to like come on TikTok and explain to me how you've deconstructed from your bigoted beliefs, like I'm good. You can look up who she is. I mean, I don't really even want to say her name because these are all my opinions. And things I observed. So I'm just saying, like, if you really are sorry, like, I'm not just talking about recognizing that Trump's a liar. I'm talking about, have you deconstructed from racism? That's what I'm talking about. Because there were community organizers, like BIPOC community organizers, that called her out and like were listing the things that she had said and done in court documents, and it was no, that's going to be a no for me on that woman. So no, I'm just saying I wouldn't personally platform her. Yeah, someone put her name in the comments. There you go. This guy just got an El Paso man was sentenced to more than 2 years in federal prison for assaulting a police officer and other crimes committed when he participated in the January 6th Capitol riot. Full and unconditional pardon. Sentencing memo for Illinois man convicted in January 6th riot warns of risk of another attack. Future red flag. Full and unconditional. He's out on the streets. January 6th rioter who sought to incite violence by Trump supporters sentenced to 6 years. Full and unconditional pardon. Man who assaulted 6 officers. 6! 6 on J6 is sentenced to 5 years in prison. Full and unconditional pardon. I didn't miss the puzzle piece. I got it. We're good. The guy who just got a full and unconditional Mullins. Oh yeah, this man. Bad. Mullins joined a crowd of people facing police officers who were behind a barricaded fence outside the Capitol building the afternoon of the insurrection, in which rioters tried to keep Congress from certifying election of Joe Biden. Right? Like they were, we're literally looking at a picture of this man attacking someone. Full and unconditional pardon. 2 men sentenced to prison for attacking officers at January 6th riot. Full and unconditional pardon. All 5 defendants were convicted of civil disorder. They were found guilty of assaulting Officer CE with a deadly or dangerous weapon and inflicting bodily injury, a metal crowd control barrier. Oh my gosh, I don't know. The live is being spotty. A metal crowd control barrier. James Tate Grant, Paul Russell Johnson, and Benjamin Blythe were found guilty of assaulting Officer DC with a deadly, dangerous weapon, a metal crowd control barrier. Randolph was convicted of additional felony charge of assaulting, resisting, or impeding Officer DC. Samsel was convicted of additional felony charges of civil disorder, assaulting, resisting, or impeding certain officers, assaulting, resisting, or impeding certain officers' use of a dangerous weapon. These 5 guys got a full and unconditional pardon from Donald Trump. I mean, I could go on and on. This is the man who attacked police officers with pepper spray and a chair, was sentenced to 14 years in prison. Full and unconditional pardon. This guy, remember Zip Tie guy? Is sentenced to nearly 5 years in prison. Full and unconditional pardon. What were the zip ties for? Florida man sentenced for assaulting law enforcement during J6 Capitol breach. Full and unconditional pardon. Proud Boys leader sentenced to 22 years in prison, right? He got his sentence commuted, right? I don't even know if he got a full and unconditional pardon. Enrique Tarrio. This is what she said, right? The Proud Boys leader. My son is being released. Oh my God, Lord, thank you. Tarrio is free. I mean, I don't feel good about it. This is the reality of what has happened.
Was there ever any moment in jail where you were like, why am I here? You know, did you ever have any frustration with President Trump? Did you ever feel like, you know, he had landed you guys in jail?
No, absolutely not, because I believe he really just wants to make America great again. Now, why was I sitting in prison when Anthony Fauci is loose? Why am I sitting in prison when Liz Cheney is loose? Why do those people get pardons? Because they're guilty, but they were never brought to justice. And yet me, a mom, I made a mistake and broke a window at the Capitol. I'm sorry, but do I have to lose my whole life for it when we have these criminals running the government that now have pardons? That bothered me.
It bothers me. You're a mom. Like, are you kidding me? I question your choices on every mother effing level. Are you kidding me? I just wanted to show this. This was just like yesterday. These people aren't sorry. If you're thinking like these people learned a lesson, they didn't. I just want to be clear. They believe they're hostages and they've been freed by their leader. They don't blame Donald Trump. I have yet to see a clip of one of these people being like, I'm pissed at Trump. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. These people are not sorry. Oh, it's past 5. Okay, I have to go. I have so much more to get through. It was kind of slow today, so I had a lot of thoughts on my mind. But yeah, I have to go because I have somewhere I have to be and some things I have to do. Ashley Babbitt was the only person. Oh, yeah. I mean, I hate to say this, but I'm just going to say what I keep hearing Republicans say when Black people are unalived by cops. She should have complied. Like, truly. I don't know how many warnings someone can ever get, but should have just complied. Truly. That's my real advice to white people are confused and think the law does not apply to them. Just comply. I mean, isn't that what you always tell brown people? Should have just listened to instructions and nothing bad would happen. Like, apparently that's what happens when you don't understand that the rules apply to you too. But think about this. Do they? We just learned they don't, right? Maybe for a little bit rules applied. But these people have learned nothing. Truly, these people have learned nothing. And now they're like, I was a J6 hostage and I'm going to go on a press tour and talk about how I was persecuted. That's what they're doing. Talking about how they were persecuted. Truly. Anyways, okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll have the Russell vote hearings and we can go through the rest of, like, I have some funny clips from this Trump presser and I'll show you guys tomorrow. Love you guys. You guys are all amazing. Thank you, Twitch. Thank you, YouTube. I'll be back tomorrow for another episode of The People's Receipts, 11:30 Pacific time, 2:30 Eastern. Love you all.